Then it'll surprise me. Yay, we are live. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for your patience while we were gathering and getting everything ready to make the most exciting day for you possible. Welcome to the Global Women's Journal Leadership Summit. We are so grateful to have you with us. We are so thankful for the energy of all of you, of our speakers. Oh my goodness, the excitement is just building. And right now, I have some women that are here from the Global Women's Journal that are going to be speaking and that I would like to welcome to the stage. So we have Debbie Prediger, an inaugural member of the Women's Journal. We have Barbie Ray, and she is another inaugural member. And Nicole Cowley is another inaugural member who joined at the very beginning and have been with us and are leading in several different ways. You're going to see them hosting today. They're going to be with guest Brandy Munguia. I don't know how to say your last name. How do you say your last name?
It's okay. It's Mungia.
Mungia.
Yes.
Thank you. And Brandy is with us today. She will be speaking later in the day as well. So I just wanted to introduce these amazing women. And if you guys want to just say a 30-second welcome, and then we will start with our next guest.
Okay, I
So
guess
I'll
I'll
start with
start.
Debbie. Oh, yeah, go ahead, Barbie, go ahead, start.
I just want to say welcome to the Global Women's Journal Leadership Edition today. This summit is going to give you a whole bunch of viewpoints, stories, and incredible women leaders who will inspire you, give you call to action, and a lot of really great takeaways so that you yourself can go, wow, that was worth it. So I'm looking so forward to the panels, everybody that's going to be speaking, and welcome today to the amazing platform.
Thank you. How about you, Debbie?
Yeah, my honor to be there. As you said, we were one of the ones that jumped in at the very beginning, and it has been so fabulous watching what happens. And this summit, Karen, we can hear you typing. This summit is so great because it represents the women in leadership, which if you guys know me, you know that I'm speaking about leaders, collaborative leadership, and women stepping up into that role that we've always had but haven't fully claimed yet. And so I'm super excited to be speaking and to be hosting a panel, and just so gracious for the opportunities, Karen. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I type and it sounds like a rototiller or a rat-a-tat-tat. I don't know. I know, jackhammer. It sounds like a jackhammer. Thank you for letting me know. Okay, Nicole, I would love to have you share with us.
Well, thank you so much for having me here today. I'm so excited because this is a thing. Debbie just said we've been here from the beginning, and what I've seen from the beginning is so much involvement and change. And I know that being in this kind of room has changed my life so much. And the more I have said yes to being in these rooms, the more my life continues to change. And so today, I hope for you, you are saying yes, and that you're here to listen, to resonate, to be inspired, and to be able to say from today forward that you get to see life a little differently, and you get to maybe act a little differently. And that's what these rooms help you do. So I am truly grateful to be here and to be amongst these amazing women who I now call my friends and colleagues. So thank you so much. Thank you, Karen.
Thank you, Nicole. And how about you, Brandy?
Oh my goodness, Karen, thank you so much for having me and Debbie for inviting me to be a part of this panel today. I really want to speak love and light into every person listening, that you will hear so many different examples today, and let it be that signal that calls you up to what's next for you. To have that person that resonates with you, know that it is absolutely possible to get to the next step in your life, in your business. And so I'm super grateful to be in this expansive event. And thank you so much for having me here.
Thank you, Brandy. That's awesome. Gosh, that just she just said it all. I mean, you're going to hear something from someone today that is going to resonate with you, that is going to help you move forward in your business, in your life. And you're going to hear a gold nugget that you're going to go, oh, yes, that was meant for me. And so I'm so grateful to have you all here with us. So thank you, ladies. You're going to see more of the amazing women from the Women's Journal, the Global Women's Journal speaking, and our guests as well. So we will bring up our next guest, who is Becky Robbins. It is such an honor to have her. Goodbye, ladies. We will see you all next time. Thank you, Becky. Oh my goodness. I'm so happy to have you with us. Becky is just an amazing soul. I have had so many interactions with her that she just beautiful, just absolutely beautiful. So Becky, if you could introduce us, I just have to say, first of all, that Becky spoke last year at our summit, and we quoted her throughout the day because Becky has this energy. I call her beautiful, brave, unstoppable Becky. And when you hear her story, you will totally agree with me. She is the co-founder of Robbins Research International. She is a world-renowned artist. She has a podcast. She has a TV show. So Becky, if you could tell us more about, I know you have some exciting news of some new things that are coming up for you. Could you tell us more?
Thank you, Karen. I'm so happy to be here again with all of you. This is such a powerful group of women. And I just want to start out by saying, I think this is the most important time ever for us to have this close sisterhood of trust and integrity. And I just think that's amazing that you create this for all of us. And thank you for that. Before I talk about all the things I'm doing, I think that I should take this time because people could find that out. But I asked you, like, what would be the most important thing that you could have me talk about? And you said something. I want to talk about resourcefulness because you mentioned to me, Karen, that you would love for me to talk about being resilient after brain surgery. So I'm going to talk about that because what happened for me is I had a COVID vaccination injury, and I didn't even know I didn't even know what it was. I got hair sticking out. I didn't even know what that actually was, what was going on for me, but I was having spasms in the side of my face. And it ended up being diagnosed as a blood vessel pushing on a nerve in my brain, which then a neurosurgeon that I flew to New Jersey to find, because he was the only one I trusted, had developed that surgery, that specific surgery, which he'd been performing constantly because of so many people having the same injury. So that was an interesting experience for me. And relative to the idea of being resourceful, I think that it's a muscle we can build for ourselves, because we always live in a time when we need to be resourceful. But I remember a long time ago, I went on a trip down the Grand Canyon, and I was with a whole bunch of Hollywood folks. And these people were, I say that because everybody was kind of picky about how they packed their stuff and all that. It was like 120 degrees in the Grand Canyon. And we were there to go down what they call all these rapids, like serious rapids, like lava falls is like one. They rate them by danger. I think it was like a number 5 or something rapid. So when we get to the bottom, after walking all the way down, the Grand Canyon to the Colorado River, which was flying by, like, oh my gosh, it was going so fast. And he says, okay, now listen up, because I want to tell you the rules of the river. And he said, here's the thing. You can look at that river and see how fast it's going. He said, here's the thing. If you fall out of the boat, which I'm going to tell you is probably 99% possible that you could fall out of the boat. If you do, you're going to need to not get your head bashed in by a rock. We were all listening. Not get your head bashed in by a rock. Get yourself over to the riverbank, climb out, and then walk down to where we can pull a boat over to pick you up. In other words, you're going to need to participate in your own rescue. And that has stuck with me for years and years, because it is we can look at all the areas of our lives where that is an absolute must. And sometimes to have, like I said, build that muscle. I think that is so important because our mind is built for survival. our mind is like, it searches, it scans, it anticipates what the possible future could be. So if we can get out ahead of that and teach our mind to listen to what our thoughts are, that actually is now a scientific proof that when you have a thought and then you go, wait a minute, like, what was that? Was that a useful thought for me? When you can do that, it's like you are creating something really special in your brain. You're creating a whole nother part, activating a part of your brain that is not normally like that. And so I just think that resourcefulness is so powerful. Back to the brain surgery. And the reason I brought that up is because one of the doctors here in San Diego, where I live, brought my attention to like all the things that could go wrong. Like, they have to tell you all that. Here's the good news. Here's the not so good news. And he said to me, like, as if it were going to probably happen, he said, like, the one thing that could happen, is that, we have to, I hope nobody's squeamish about this. I have a medical background. So anyway, it's fascinating for me. Anyway, he said, like, we have to go in and pierce the burst so that your brain floats in a little sac of cerebral spinal fluid. And he said, we're going to pierce that. And then, if you lose too much cerebral spinal fluid, we will have to go back in and put a shunt in your brain. I'm like, whoa. So I crossed him off the list. He's not an option for me as a surgeon. Right. So then, so now cut to this fact, like, it's early morning in New Jersey. I'm by myself. I have nobody with me. The power goes out in the hospital while I'm sitting there waiting to be brought in for surgery. That someone had hit a power pole, traffic wise thing, 6:30 in the morning. So now I wait another hour for them to restore the electricity, because the generator is not enough for them to take a chance to put you into brain surgery when the generator's out. So now it's time. So I'm sitting there and waiting and trying to calm my mind and not be thinking all the possible threats and all that stuff like that. Now they wheel me in, and I love this doctor. He was so amazing. But now they wheel me in. I'm on, that gurney that they do. Now they move you over to the operating table. And around me, it looked like, oh my God, like a heart transplant was about to happen. There were so many people in there and all doing what they're doing. Had two anesthesiologists for some reason, one on this side, one on that side. And they're getting ready to turn on that stuff that makes you go, far away. And right then, just before I said, wait, I have a question. And it was like, everybody in there got silent all of a sudden. And the surgeon said, good timing. What's your question? I said, well, here's the thing. I forgot to ask you about the cerebral spinal fluid thing. And he said, I said, I'm just worried about that. Like, how do you keep that, all my cerebral spinal fluid from flowing out on the operating table? And he said, here's the thing. He said, first of all, I know how to suture it so that just enough flows out, because it has to be open because it relaxes your brain so I can get into where I need to get to. But the second thing I want to tell you, I just loved his answer. He said, the miraculous human body makes a complete batch of cerebral spinal fluid every 24 hours. So you have no worries about that. So that was me participating in my own rescue, of like, okay, to be resourceful. I just got chills saying that because I like relived that experience. But that is such a powerful thing. And Karen, you and I've talked about the document that I created, and I've got like a beautiful document. And one of the phrases in there that I created when I wasn't in a good place, and I say, I am wonderment and certainty in the yet unknown. And I created that because I was worried about a whole bunch of things going on in life, things like money, things like relationship, like, oh my goodness, like what if? And so I wrote that as a way to try and manage my mind. Like, I'm wonderment and certainty in the yet unknown. Like, I don't know what's going to happen, but I got to be certain about it somehow. Faith is another way to say that. But I think I needed something more tangible to hang on to. And since then, what I love so much is that it has changed, like things do when we're in the realm of improving ourselves, which we are as leaders. And now wonderment is curiosity. It's like I'm so full of curiosity. That's why I paint the way I paint, is like, and I like things that are like difficult to paint because it keeps me involved, which, by the way, creativity is part of our body, mind, spirit life that we have. So I feel like the wonderment now for me is just like the curiosity of the things that are unknown. Like I have no idea what's going to happen when I walk on the beach. I do that several times a week so that I can, it's like grounding for me. I talk to God and listen to God and all of that great stuff. I look for little sand dollars in the sand, and it's such a powerful time for me to just be in a state of wonderment. I'm seeing
Oh,
sacred geometry in the sand. Like I've studied sacred geometry in art, but now I'm seeing it in perfect diamond shapes in the sand created by the water. So, I think that if we can build that muscle of resourcefulness and curiosity, then we're equipped, as I love to say, because we're equipped when we come onto this planet. We're all here for a huge reason, each one of us individually. The odds of us even being here are 400 trillion to 1. That's the actual odds of us even being alive. So, oh my goodness, I'm just so grateful. So, any
oh,
questions?
yes. Well, first of all, audience, did you just love that we participate in our own rescue? That analogy of the river ride is just like the ride of life. I mean, there's going to be bumps. It's not going to be smooth sailing, and if it were, it would be so boring. Can you imagine an obstacle course where you just walk from one point to the other on flat surface and there's nothing there? It would just be so boring. Nobody would want to play that game. And so to have that wonderment and that curiosity, especially when the rapids look scary, when the brain surgery is something that is there's a lot of risk there, and there are a lot of possibilities of ways, how it could turn out, depending on which surgeon you trusted, and depending on the external factors that we cannot control, like no electricity. Wow, what a story. And yet you calmed your nervous system. You thought of the constructive thoughts that served you, so that then you could think of the thing to ask the surgeon the question that you wanted to at the right moment. And you could participate in your own rescue, even in your brain surgery, to advocate for yourself, to find another surgeon that resonated with you, to pay attention to those signals. All of that is so remarkable that we can apply in our own roles as leaders. Now, you have been an incredible leader with Robin's Research, doing all kinds of worldwide events and leading in so many ways. Tell us about some of the lessons that you have learned about leading that could help our women who are stepping into roles of leadership, or who are already in roles of leadership and trying to be more effective leaders.
Well, I mentioned a minute ago about that I believe that we are body, mind, and soul. So I think that those are the things that we need to absolutely pay attention to. Body, meaning every aspect of your health and well-being, because it's physiology first. I mean, if we're out of whack, if our bodies are, if we're sick, if we are feeling terrible, if we've got something going on, we need to get out in front of that and there's so many medicine and wellness and health and longevity are such a big topic these days that there's way more things that we can take advantage of. Like there's this full body MRI thing that I did a month ago or so to like, okay, well, get out in front of something if there is something. So that's one thing. Mind part is I talked about that a little bit, but I think that there's so much new research about our mind and about our brain, including the things that are like quantum physics. Like I love this one experience. Where it's or experiment. It was like called a double slit experiment. And basically the upshot of that is that what you observe, the observer changes the outcome. So what you're observing gets to be what your life gets to be. And that's actually in quantum physics. So that's something that I love, because if I don't like the outcome, I can decide like, okay, wait a minute, what's my part in it? Like, what am I observing? Like what is, and change what I'm observing, because then I get to change the outcome. And the soul part, it should be something that that we just say yes to, but body, mind, spirit, body, mind, and soul. Like I think when we know that we arrived here on purpose. I was speaking in Scottsdale, Arizona a while back, and I was showing them on the stage that that part of speaking about victims and villains and all that kind of stuff, that's for another show, another day. But the idea about that is participating in your own rescue is forgiving yourself for forgetting who we are, what it even took for us to be born on this planet. Like, think about this, with all the ancestors that had to meet somehow, going back, thousands of years, people had to meet one another somehow have some kind of a physical attraction or something to procreate. And then all that, up until now, my grandparents, great grandma, all that had to happen for me to be sitting here with you today. And then if you get to the part about conception, because I showed a video about that, like the odds of that are almost can't happen. So none of us are here by accident.
Right.
Each one of us is here, and we arrive equipped with a whole bunch of different from one another. Some things are the same, but listen, it's like the most powerful thing to remember who you are, what you arrive equipped with, and to use it, to be responsible, to use it with the people that you're in relationship with as a leader. So I think you can't leave any of those things out, because all those include the things like integrity and honesty and the world is as you see it. All of those things figure into you being a leader, because you've got to be yourself. You've got to be the one who walks into the room. I say your frequency is your agency, meaning the energy that you arrive with is what you've got to work with. And I also practice heart math, which is a meditation that I do every morning. And you can look that up, but it's a way that you breathe and focus on your heart doing the breathing. And you have your heart informing your brain instead of your brain running the show. So I love that, because it puts me in a beautiful place to start my day, and for people to be able to, I mean, the upshot of that is that your energy, it's sort of like you're standing in the middle of a donut. This big torus field around you is filled with all your energy. So you walking around, you're affecting so many people by your energy without you saying a word. So leadership is a big deal. Leadership is a big responsibility, and you just don't get to be one because you say you are.
I know. Oh my goodness, that is so true. I often say that leadership is not about titles. It's about trust. And when you come in with that energy, when you come in with that, that mindset, when your heart is right, when you have that integrity, people feel it, and they are attracted to that. And Becky, you draw so many people to you because of your beautiful heart, because of your integrity, because of the truth that resonates with you. You have so much love, and I am so grateful for the way that you spread that love. Thank you for your generosity to come and speak to us today.
Of course.
Thank you for sharing. I mean, what a courageous experience to go through that brain surgery and to participate in your own rescue in so many ways. And look at you now. So tell us, what is on the horizon for you now?
I'm really excited about the creation of an opportunity for me to be in more close relationship with people that I know. So many people around the world, and they've been saying, when are you going to write a book, and when are you going to do all that? So what I am doing is I'm creating it's called Becky Robbins Connected, which is I'm working on the big website for that. It's going to be amazing, so people can have access to me, to have more more information, more, and also fun, also fun stuff. Because I think we're all, I'm here for the joy of it. The joy of joy is a great way to live your life, is to be, and if you're not feeling it, go find a reason to feel it. There's so much outside. And, when I was walking on the beach, I was thinking about abundance, and the ocean is abundant. When you look at that, and I'm just like experiencing that. And ocean is also conscious, because water is conscious. We're learning that pure consciousness. So as I'm walking and feeling the water on my feet and thinking about, gosh, this is so much abundance, I look down, because I have wonderment and certainty. And there's a sand dollar, like a sand dollar. I'm thinking, what? Thank you, God, because that's like such a cool thing. So I think that's the most wonderful thing. So I'm excited to bring people into my fold. like to have people have access in different ways to me and different levels of belonging to something. One of them is called the Studio Circle. So all that's coming. I'm very excited about that.
Okay, well, stay tuned, audience, because
Yeah.
if you want more access to Becky, and everybody absolutely loves to hear Becky speak, and if you want more, which I do, I can't get enough. And so if you want to join, we will be supporting her and promoting her and helping you to be able to have that access. And Becky, I would also like to just have you close with a couple of the key nuggets that the affirmations that you use with regard to heart math and regard to your document, because I know participating in my own rescue is a very powerful affirmation that you say, and that, the wonderment in the yet uncertainty. So tell us some more of those statements that you have in your document that we could use in our own life.
Okay, here's a couple. One is when I say I am at the front, I am is, for me, I am is I am that which thou art, and thou art that which I am. But I also take responsibility for that myself. So one of them is I am capable, confident, and brilliant, and I accomplish the improbable and the impossible with ease. I
Oh,
love that one because it's a call to action for me, and it's also reminding myself what I am all the time. And then I'll leave you with another one that I really love, and that because I believe this about myself. This back to what I arrive equipped with is I am a curator of epiphanies, a master of curiosity, and an expert at reciprocity. And that's a good way to live life.
oh, an expert at reciprocity. Don't we love that when it's a give and take, and it is a two-way street. And Becky, that is one of the things that I love about you is your giving heart and how you love to serve, and you have served your whole life. Ever since you've been a child, you have served in your family, in your community, in every relationship that you have. Absolutely beautiful heart. And I appreciate so much, because that is why people follow you. That is why people want to be better when they're around you. And that really is the most important role of the leader. Because when we look to someone who we admire and who we want to emulate, it's because they have those strengths. And when we can help them rise and influence them for good, that is the most important leadership that we can provide in this world. And you are providing that, Becky. And I just appreciate you so much. Thank you for your time. If there's any last closing words that you would like to say, I'll turn the time to you.
No, I'm just eager to hear the rest of these wonderful people speak. And thank you, everyone, for your time.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Becky. And we'll have Becky on again because we want to hear more stories. We just barely scratch the surface every time we start. I'm like, we need a whole hour or a whole 4 hours. Becky wants to do a retreat so we can just hear more and more and more. Of course, I'm sure that's on her list of things to do. But thank you again, Becky. And we will see you again later.
My pleasure. Have a
Bye-bye
wonderful
now.
time.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Oh, was that just amazing? Oh my goodness. It just blows my mind. The wisdom, and it's because of the work that she has done throughout her life. It's because of those obstacles in her obstacle course that she has learned to overcome, and done it through resilience by participating in her own rescue. So thank you. That was fantastic from Becky Robbins. And I want to thank Mo Rock for also providing this opportunity for us to have the Global Women's Journal Leadership Summit, because Mo is the one who said, I want more platforms for women. I want to be able to provide more opportunities for women to speak. Now, Becky has been in the personal development world her whole life, practically. I think since she was a young teenager, she was working on personal development and listening to those principles and applying them. And then as a leader, providing opportunities for other leaders to grow in personal development. So she's had extensive experience in this. And when that is the case, you have so much to offer. Well, she saw that there weren't very many women that were speaking on stages in the personal development world. And Mo saw that as well. So he said, let's provide a platform for more women to speak. And I just appreciate that so much, that we have a platform for just women. Not that we don't appreciate the men, And we will have them speak as well. In May, we are having the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Week. So we will have men and women speaking at that. That will be May 1 through 7. Julie Ann Meyer and Danny Walsh and I are producing that with Mo Rock. And so grateful for that opportunity, because when leaders lead with integrity, the impact is profound. So I'm very grateful for Mo for providing this chance and this opportunity for amazing women to speak today and tomorrow at the Los Angeles Tribune Global Women's Journal Leadership Summit. And our next speaker is Petra Brunbauer, and I am going to bring Petra to the stage. And Petra, thank you so much for being with us.
Hi, Karen. Thank you so much for having me. It's an absolute privilege to be here today.
Oh, thank you. And tell us where you are joining us from.
Yeah, I'm located in France at the moment on the West Coast. So for most of you, it's probably quite the time difference. I'm across the pond my evening here, but I'm so glad that we were able to make this work and that I'm able to join today. Thank you so
Oh,
much.
thank you. And we're so grateful because Petra is often speaking at many different worldwide events, and she is an expert in functional freeze and in helping leaders, because many times when there's a crisis, our emotions escalate and people are looking to us. What should we do? What should we do with this crisis that is going on? You know, like Becky Robbins, so the electricity goes out and she needs to have brain surgery. What do we do? So you have a point person that you look to for that answer. But that point person often is impacted by the stress around them as well. And so a very effective leader is able to regulate their nervous system, assess the situation so that they can get back to their prefrontal cortex and make an effective decision that will benefit everyone, instead of acting impulsively, maybe saying things that they would regret later, maybe forgetting to do something that they would normally do, because we can't access our prefrontal cortex when our emotions are escalated. So when we go into this state, Petra, what do you recommend and what do you help people to understand about that process?
Yeah, thanks for leading into that. And the first thing that I really want to ask, and everybody watching and tuning in too, is, as a leader, are you leading from capacity or stress? Because that is part of what Karen was touching on there. And of course, if we are leading from stress, and that happens to all of us a lot of the times, because there are a lot of challenges in the world, and we're feeling those, and we might be skirting burnout at some point too in our businesses or with our family dynamics. There is a question of, where are we actually leading from? Are we embodying the principles and the values that we want to share with the world? Or are we coming from a survival state and our stress responses are actually making those decisions for us? And so that is a little bit of what my work encompasses, is specifically chronic stress and functional freeze, which is my wheelhouse. And functional freeze is kind of unique. And Karen, if you don't mind, maybe I'll share just one or two sentences about functional freeze, because it's a little
Please.
bit unique as far as the stress responses go, because you might be familiar with the sort of fight, flight, and the freeze, which are the common ones that we usually know about. But functional freeze, I found we can actually be in multiple of those at the same time. So it's like driving your car with one foot on the brake and one foot on the gas, and then wondering why you're not going anywhere or why the motor is burning out. And so that is what happens typically in functional freeze, is that we have these competing responses. One stress response really wants us to activate, wants us to take action or let out that energy, that wired feeling that we're feeling. And yet our parasympathetic nervous system is pushing against that. It needs us to rest, relax, calm down, regulate, come into a space of capacity and alignment. And when those two things come together, there's a cost that we pay. And that is in our body, in our mind, in our emotional and energetic systems. There's a lot going on. So that's a little bit of where functional freeze comes in, and especially in leadership, we lose, as Karen said, that connection to many important parts of our brain that help us work with decision making, motivation. Brain fog is one of the things that often happens. And it cuts us off from the resources that we usually have access to, our creativity, our solution making creativity, and also that drive to maybe connect with other people in our community, to collaborate. All of that gets cut off when we're coming from these stress responses. And so functional freeze is unique in a sense that where we would maybe do some self-care to calm ourselves down if we were really wired, that would work great. Or we would do some activities like yoga or something to get ourselves more energy if we're kind of in that tired space. Well, now we have to do both at the same time to come out of functional freeze. So that is the challenge, is that we really need to work with both the sympathetic and the parasympathetic nervous systems to balance each of those and regulate each of those at the same time, because it is a mixed nervous system stress response. So I hope I answered your
Petra,
question. It was a little bit
yes.
long-winded, but there you go.
No, that's awesome. Audience, can you see why I just loved Petra? This is so aligned with what we need as leaders to be able, because we can't access those resources. We can't access creativity. We can't access the wonderment that Becky was talking about, the curiosity. Those are higher level brain functions. And when we are escalated, we aren't able to do that. So Petra, tell us a little bit more about you and how did you come to learn these things?
Yeah, it's kind of a story that I want to say actually changed my life in different ways that I wasn't expecting. In 2020, I had a small accident. I fell off a chair and broke my foot. There was really nothing to it, minor little thing, got a cast on. By all accounts, this is something that happens all the time. People break limbs, not a big deal. However, when the cast came off after 6 weeks, I couldn't walk and I couldn't put my foot on the ground. And it looked kind of, if you've ever seen an elephant foot, that's kind of what it looked like. So I couldn't wear any shoes. I couldn't do anything with it. And of course, I was very scared at the time because I couldn't explain this reaction. I couldn't explain why my body didn't want to heal from this very normal thing that happens to people all the time. We get injuries. And that went on for several months, and I was in a wheelchair during this time, and to me, that impacted me on every level, mentally, physically. It just was such a change from this independent being that I usually am, that I couldn't make sense of it, and I had a lot of problems placing that into my world, and while running a business as well. And so I really questioned why some people heal, why some people are resilient in certain situations. What makes that difference? And why was my body refusing to heal? So I eventually received a diagnosis, complex regional pain syndrome. So I didn't really know what that was at the time. And I kind of thought to myself, whatever we call this, the important thing is I need to figure out how to fix it because I don't want to stay in a wheelchair. I want to do things. I want to travel. So that was, to me, the biggest question is, why was this happening? And this led me on this big, long journey of looking back at my life, finding out what had happened earlier in my life, and all of the little pieces of chronic stress that built up in the 20, 25 years prior to this accident. Some mental health challenges, a couple of burnouts in the corporate world, the things that we just push through because we know that, well, if we just add a little bit more to our schedule, maybe we'll forget about it, or maybe we can just find a way to get better and more proficient at it. Nobody will notice if we step back. So this was a really, I want to say, complicated place that I was in when I was in corporate, is to always have that mask on of, oh, I'm great. Yes, of course I can take on more projects. Yes, everything's wonderful. And on the inside, feeling that I really had reached my resource limit, that I had reached my mental emotional limit and that I was actually experiencing some very unexplained mysteries. My leg went numb one time, nobody could explain it. And all of these things where my body was speaking very loudly and clearly, but I decided not to listen. So at some point, that all came together in that accident when I fell off the chair. And somehow my body said at that point, you know what? If you weren't going to listen before, you're going to listen now. So you're in a wheelchair. That's it. No more running from all of this. No more overdoing things. Now is the time that you actually take a look at this.
Oh,
And
Petra,
that's how I ended
you
up on
just
this.
said something. Yes, well, you said something so interesting because, we could either take the time to take care of ourselves and, like you said, rest, you know, take care of our mind, our body, our spiritual part, every part of ourselves that, our mental and emotional health, every part needs to be nourished. And when we don't, we might not notice it right away, but over time it compounds. And at some point, you will be forced to listen. And your body is not a machine, and we are not intended to never rest. That's why we have to sleep every night, so to regenerate, to remove toxins and think the waste out of our brain even. And I think that's fascinating that you got that message. Okay, you're going to have to listen. Now that you're in that wheelchair, you can't run anymore. You can't run away anymore. And so what did you learn about functional freeze that you now teach people?
Yeah. So something interesting about that whole experience was that I thought I actually was taking care of myself because I was doing the occasional yoga, I was meditating, I was eating fairly healthily, I was exercising once in a while, and I actually thought I was taking care of myself. So this was
Yeah.
the part that really rattled me, is that while I was doing all of these self-care things, and I was getting fairly decent sleep also, so I kind of went through the check boxes that doctors would usually give you about this. And I thought, I actually wasn't doing that badly. I thought I scheduled time for myself and this and that. And I came to the realization that there are different pieces to each of the things that we do to take care of ourselves. And when we don't combine those pieces, that's usually where they just don't come to the root cause, and we can't resolve some of those things. Because think of it this way. For example, the story with the wheelchair, right? So this really now was on a physical level, but a lot of the things that went into it beforehand were actually on the mental level. When I was burned out, they were on the emotional level, on the energetic level too. I'm sure I had a lot of energetic blockages there as well. And I was only addressing one of the physical components. I was sleeping well. I was addressing another physical component because I was trying to eat well. I was addressing another physical component by exercising. But I didn't really, I did therapy too for about a decade. So I did address the mental component a little bit as well. But I didn't put all of these pieces together in, I want to say, a practice that really addresses all of the different dimensions that go into our healing and our well-being. And so what I realized with functional freeze, I made something I called the master list, which is a list of 25 things that I came to understand really drive functional freeze. And through taking the pieces of these 25 drivers and creating practices and exercises that work with all of these together, that's actually how I came to experience, I want to say, a recovery from functional freeze. Now, it does come back, there are challenges in life, but I have the toolkit now to, when these challenges are thrown at me, to really work with my nervous system and all the different dimensions to my body, mind, and emotions to help myself become aware and rebuild that capacity and resilience. So to me, there was this missing piece, that we're simply not addressing a lot of our challenges on a holistic level or a multidimensional level, and that a lot of the things we do may address one or two dimensions, but they don't actually combine all of it together. So that was one of, I want to say, the big aha moments that I came across in this journey that I now share with people. I share it in my book and when I work with clients, and I feel that is sort of the missing hidden key to a lot of
Yes.
our own journeys.
Yeah, I wanted to point out this comment. We put it up on the screen, but I wanted to reemphasize this. Karen Manthe said, it's so typical for women to overburden ourselves and just keep piling on.
Yeah.
And so when we are in that state, and if I were coming to you as a leader and I was feeling overwhelmed and feeling burnout, and I was doing the self-care, I was trying to do those things, but it just wasn't enough. What are some of those tools from your toolkit that you would teach me?
Yeah, absolutely. And this is actually the part that really excites me, because I don't have an answer for you. Because everyone that I work with is so individual, right? We all have different bodies, different ways our mind works, different way that we experience and work with our emotions. And so I really love finding out what someone's challenge is, what their story is, what they have experienced, what they have been through. And then I want to say holding the space for them to find what works, because there are many different tools. And I know Becky mentioned heart math, for example, an amazing tool as well. And we have hypnotherapy, we have NLP, we have yoga, we have coaching, we have different kind of healing modalities. But what might have worked for me, there's no guarantee that that will work for you. And you might try that and you might look at me and tell me, this is what I paid you money for. This doesn't do anything. So for me, it's really important that we address this at an individual level and really find out, what are the unique things that your body responds to? What are the unique things that you feel really restore you and nourish you? Because you'll be able to tell, the more that you come on this journey and the more that you actually, I want to say, tune into your mind-body connection, the more you're going to find that signals come up that tell you what is aligned for you and what is absolutely not aligned for you. So for me, listening to a certain type of music can make me really irritated. Well, somebody else might listen to that music and it brings absolute joy to their lives, right? So this is a little bit of the journey of finding the pieces that fit together for you. And I use a lot of different modalities. I use energy medicine and also energy medicine yoga. So a lot of different somatic components. I work with traditional Chinese medicine as well, and some of the acupressure components, and a lot of different things that I was trained in that I now kind of put together to see if there is something that you particularly feel that works for you. And this might be a little bit of a journey, it might take a bit of time, but I would say that we definitely get better, as I said, at becoming aware of these signals and then finding things where we can really say, yes, that helped me and that actually made me feel better, and then putting that into a practice. Yeah.
Oh, that is very good point. A very good point. And it's so true that, it's individual, and what works for me may not work for you. So tell me what worked for you. What were those things that worked for you?
Yes, I actually started keeping a journal. I think this was, I started probably 20 years ago now. And some of the things that you see in there, you would probably scratch your head, because for a long time, I started off with some mental health challenges when I was younger, and trying to find things. There was some wild suggestions. And back then I had to go to the library and actually look through books, because we didn't have internet back then. And some of these things that people were suggesting, I think they could have been outright dangerous, but thankfully I had good common sense. I didn't try to drink any weird concoctions or things like that. But what really helped is finding for me the modalities that where I could tell my body responded in some sense. So for me, for example, yoga didn't work for me. Everybody told me, do yoga and this will be great. You'll get good exercise, you'll get in shape. And the first time that we came into Shavasana at the end of yoga, I had a panic attack. So I was like, wow, okay, that doesn't do what everyone else is doing. I wonder what's wrong with me, right? But there was a component in my nervous system that didn't feel safe with the stillness and with just coming into myself. So pieces that I found along the way that really helped me were the components where I could individually pace the pieces and really tune into my nervous system and see what worked. So I do yoga now, but it's a different type of yoga that also works with my energy systems. And I work a lot with hypnotherapy. I love that because eventually my nervous system actually learned safety through all of the different little things that I did. So I was able to then come into more of my own inner world and start exploring that. I work a lot with EFT, which is tapping. For those of you who don't know EFT, we use acupressure points on the face and upper body to affect different energy systems and work with states and emotions and situations that happen in life. That has been very, very effective. And in the end, it's things that I work with that don't re-traumatize me. This was one of the big things that I came to go through, is some of the things I did really kept bringing up the things that I had gone through, and it wasn't very helpful. If you're familiar with neuroplasticity, right, the more that we talk about things and the more that we keep bringing it up and reliving it, the more it will create these neural pathways in the brain, and it will keep reinforcing these experiences. So I learned that later on. I didn't know that at the time. So for me, things that actually let me work with some of the things that happen without having to go through the trauma again and really process all of those emotions. So a combination of a lot of different modalities. And now I work as a mind-body coach. So I love working with the mind-body connection, also bringing that together. And yeah, various energy healing modalities also. Yeah, a lot of exciting
Right.
things available to us now. Yeah.
That is exciting. So can you tell us a story about a time when you were in an escalated state and what you did at that moment to help you? Because sometimes we're in a place where we can't, we can't turn on a yoga,
Yeah.
session or something. So could you tell us a story about how you regulated your nervous system in a leadership role?
Yeah. The thing that I love doing, and this is probably one of the first things I usually share with my clients, or I've shared this with my family too, so they're probably rolling their eyes now too. But um, there's such a simple thing as to start with tapping, because no matter where you are, you can do this under the table in your car. You can even say, I need to go to the washroom for a minute. So it's very discreet. You can do the standing in line at the grocery store. I used to have panic attacks a lot, so I would have to do this literally while I was out shopping because I would start feeling the panic attack coming on. And so really simply is that you can start tapping. And the full tapping sequence is something that you can look this up online, or you can work with a practitioner, but just simply tapping here on the side of the hand. If we just start tapping here, you are going to start feeling a shift in your body and in your mind. And so sometimes, kids have nightmares, people have panic attacks, we're really activated. This is the first thing that I'll come to. And it's only a small part, as I said, of the whole tapping recipe, as we call it. It's only a small part, but this is one piece of it that has really helped me, that is immediately available. It doesn't take very long. And whether I also sometimes, when I have working with chronic pain, for example, this is also one of the pieces that we can start with if we're having immediate pain. Now, always, of course, talk to your doctor, but if there are certain things that come up for you, you can start tapping on here too. So, and that's probably the easiest and simplest things that viewers can take away. Let's just start tapping. And we do use sentences and all these amazing things in tapping recipes as well. But if you want something really simple, sometimes when we're activated, we don't have words, or if we're in shock, we can't really describe what we're going to. Our brain is not functioning at the moment to try and explain that in language. So we can just start tapping and start moving that energy. So yeah, try that and see how you make out.
That's awesome. So I appreciate that because, oftentimes we put our hands together, when we're under stress. And so that hopefully will just trigger that memory to start tapping. And then for your recipe, what are some of the things that you say to yourself in those sentences to help you to continue to regulate your nervous system?
Yeah, so it depends what I'm working on, and I will tailor my sentences to the different things that are going on. So if I'm having a very stressful day and sometimes I get that pit in my stomach. I don't know if you're familiar with that. If something just happened and you're just really activated and you're starting to feel a bit nauseous, there's that pit in your stomach. I will work with that, and I will say, even though I have this pit in my stomach, I accept it is this way at the moment. There isn't the part of where we're describing what's happening with us, and then there's the part of the acceptance. And I know that the traditional EFT, we say, I deeply love and accept myself, but some people aren't at the self love part yet. And so the mind will kind of reject if we say sentences like that. So I usually come to a place of just accepting, right? So even though I have this pit in my stomach, I accept it is that way at the moment, or I am safe anyways if I'm feeling that I'm in a place of safety, or I am okay with that. So I try to find something neutral where my mind won't go, well, that's not true. At the moment, I'm not feeling self love, right? Because then it gets very distracting if we're working with that. And the effects, I want to say, are not as profound as they can be when our mind is kind of sold on what we're doing. So yeah, I work with that. Or when I'm having a panic attack, I will literally tap on even though I'm having a panic attack. So
Yeah.
yeah,
I,
so
I,
really
I
whatever you're feeling.
And that reminds me of the radical acceptance, because just I accept what is happening right now. One of the things that I say, it was similar to what you say, I am safe. I just remind myself,
Mhm.
I am safe. I'm being supported. The ground is holding me up. The chair is supporting my body. And even just that helps me to just calm my nervous system because I know I am safe at this moment. And I think that that's very important what you are saying, to accept even when you feel that pit in your stomach, it's okay. This is okay. And and then you can move, and as that brings down one layer, and then as you keep coming down layer by layer, then you can increase the things that you say in that recipe that you have for yourself.
Yeah.
So thank you, Petra. Oh my goodness, doesn't everybody want to hear more about how she does what she does and to help us learn how to do that? Yes, all is well, Jackie Wilkinson said. And Petra said, or Nicole said, I love that tip, Petra, tapping outside of your hand. Yes, I love that you can do that at any moment. So thank you for sharing these tips with us, because we all need these. We all run into these things multiple times in a day. It's not just, like I said, it's not just a boring obstacle course where you just walk from point A to point D. There's interesting things and challenging things along the way, and that's how we grow. So thank you, Petra, because you are helping us all grow. And just hearing your voice, don't you all just feel the calming influence when you hear her voice? It is so it is so soothing, and it has a healing element in her voice. I hope that you will continue to hear more from Petra. We will put links in so that you guys can connect with her, because she is a beautiful soul, a very generous soul. Thank you so much for being with us, Petra. We are so grateful to have you on the show today.
No, thank you, Karen. And thank you for hosting this and holding the space for all of us to come into this beautiful summit. And I hope that I've given a little bit of a container just for co regulating together for just a few minutes that we were speaking. And thank you for having me today. I really, truly appreciate you and that you made this happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Petra. We'll have you on again. We look forward to it. Bye-bye now.
Bye.
All right. Oh my goodness. I mean, you just need to take a recording of that and just listen to that, because it's amazing what an impact those simple tools, just telling yourself, I am safe. That has been a very powerful tool for me when I am escalated and when, all the outward evidence defies that. And I think that's interesting too, because when she said you have to say something that you believe, you do. And so if you are not feeling that that is true, if your brain is resisting it, then you have to have a ladder thought that helps you to get there. So for me, if I said, I am feeling totally supported, or I am totally supported, my brain would say, wait a second, that's not supportive over there. But when I say I am supported and the ground is supporting me, or the chair is supporting me, then I can say, okay, that's true. So that moves me to look for other ways that I'm being supported. Then my brain is playing a game. how else am I being supported? And then I'm looking for those positive things that helps me to grow. So thank you. And yes, we just loved having you, Petra. And our next guest is another beautiful soul, Jennifer Hill. And I am so grateful to bring her up to the stage. Jennifer, thank you. I have to just tell about when I first met Jennifer. So we were both at an auction, and she auctioned off a coaching session with her, and just hearing her voice and feeling the love that she emanates, it was so powerful that I was like, sign me up. Absolutely. Mortgage the house. I have got to work with Jennifer. And then as I saw the way that she interacted with other people, it wasn't just with like sometimes when you go somewhere and you see somebody that interacts with someone who is a very influential person, they may act a certain way, but then maybe the waiter comes by or the janitor comes by and they act in a different way. And when I saw Jennifer, she acted the exact same way to every single person, from the influential person to the person that maybe didn't have something specifically, that it didn't look like they might have something to offer, but she saw that every person was a gift in her life. And Jennifer, welcome to the show. I would love to have you tell us more about the Love Club and tell us more first about you. Introduce us and tell us more about you. Except
I
you're
just thought, there we go. Thank you so much, Karen. It's an honor and a privilege to be here with you and your audience. I actually saw some beautiful comments coming through from the ladies in there. Hi, Nicole and Jackie. I think I saw you guys commenting in the chat. Gosh, where to start, Karen? Am I allowed to say the A word on here about my recovering a-hole journey?
Yes, you are.
Well, I have to be honest. I started my life as a bit of an asshole. When I was a little girl, to me, it was like, you got a book on how to be human, and he and she got books on how to be human. But when I opened mine, the pages were blank inside, and all there was this quiet, aching confusion that followed me like a shadow, trying to decode the world, fumbling through broken relationships and misunderstandings and breakdowns. And so this went on for a good portion of my life until in my late 30s, I got diagnosed as being high functioning on the spectrum and sold my first company that year, and also went through a divorce all within 4 months. It was like, whoa, exploding head emoji, right? And it was funny because I was on a call yesterday with one of the top storytellers in the world, Kyle Gray, and he took me through an interesting exercise about kind of my story and my journey. So how the Jen Hill tribe emerged was, here I was about probably 10 years ago. I was Brandy, thank you. It's so good to see you here, Brandy. I love you. Sending you love, Brandy. Here I was about a decade ago, and I had invested a lot of money in a high-level thought leadership mastermind, as you often do when you're growing a business, right? And there were over 100 thought leaders from the furthest reaches of the world. I remember one lady would fly in from Tasmania. We had people from Europe. And every 6 weeks, we would gather together in Monterey, California. And we would brainstorm and do masterminds and breakout sessions on how to help the world and one another. So here you think it's amazing. I've been in this community now for about 6 months. It's one of our meetings, and it's my turn to lead a breakout session on belonging. And I remember the black dress that I'm wearing with like little flowers on it. And I had never felt more scared and alone and disconnected as I went up to that stage to give this talk on belonging. And if we've ever felt this way, Karen, if any of you have ever felt like no matter how many classes, how many courses, that if you put on the right dress or wear the right makeup or put on the right perfume or whatever it is, that you just don't feel seen, you don't feel like you belong. That was my entire life. I felt like I didn't belong. And then last year, fast forward, one of the greatest gifts I've ever been given in my life was, shout out to my friend Johan Nogueira out of Australia. People call me now. I went from the recovering asshole now to the fairy godmother of human connection. That's my
Wait, just pause for just a second. Did you all hear that? She went from a recovering a-hole to the fairy godmother of connection. Oh my goodness. Don't all of us want to go from that one state? We all act like that in an unloving way at times. And to move to being the fairy godmother of connection. Oh, that just touches my heart, Jennifer. It's such a beautiful story of redemption and a beautiful story of healing to be able to lead in the way that you do, to lift other people and to show them that love so that they want to follow you. So tell us more.
Yeah, and I'll tell you the secret. You guys ready for it? I'm going to whisper it. It's very, very secret. Love yourself. That's it. I swear, I wish I was kidding. It's what I call the golden triangle of connection. You see, connection and intimacy with self allows for deep connection to others, which allows for connection to purpose. And the reason so many of us, we go out, we chase the fame, the power, the fortune, the beauty, and it all falls down like a house of cards because we spend our lives seeking it externally. And the minute you just give yourself that hug every day, this is how I start. I have a 2-hour practice every morning, prayer, meditation, inner child work, journaling, all the things, heart focused breathing. And I give myself the biggest hug and I say, you are loved, you are cherished, you are extraordinary, you are beautiful. And that is the secret to belonging. The secret to belonging in any room is to belong to yourself first. And that's really what we've now been able to create for the tribe around the world, all out of Johann's beautiful gift. So here we are, February last year around my birthday, which is March 1st. I love that, Karen says, so perfect. Yes, love yourself. It's really that simple, everyone. And so here we are, and it's February of last year, and my friend Johann Ogiria, I had referred him. I don't count it when I refer people, Karen. I couldn't even tell you who I've referred you or not referred you. It just flows through me when it comes, right? And so Johann says, Jen, I have a gift for you. Get in your WhatsApp. So the Jen Hill tribe, that's now this burgeoning global community of 362 people, including you and some of the people on the call right now, that all came out of Johann's gift. You see, he took the 36 people I referred him in 2 months of knowing him, put them on a WhatsApp group, and called it the Jen Hill Tribe. And the tribe was born. And that's how it all began. I love, Lonnie, by the way. I see that your morning ritual is a foundation for all you do. I'm with you, girl. It's like, can't do it. Do not mess with my morning. Do not mess with my morning rituals. Yeah, I love that, Gail. Cannot connect with others if you don't connect with yourself. I tell everybody, you want to be the sexiest human alive? You want to be the best business partner, best mother, father, brother, sister, daughter, friend? Love yourself. It's that easy. Don't go around trying to take energy from everyone and everything around you. So here we are today. And after my late co-founder's passing, we had quite an interesting experience. I'd sold one company in 2018, and I was getting ready to sell another company in October of last year with my dear, dear friend and business partner, Julian Adler. And everything culminated. It was like storybook, textbook, and AI companies negotiating with us for 6 months to buy the company. October 27th rolls around. We get the exact offer, Karen. We wanted to buy the company. It was magic. Julian and I were like, happy dance, happy dance. We're so excited. And Julian died that night. You cannot make this up. It was like something out of a movie. We literally say he died of happiness. Like at his funeral, I had been at his wedding 3 or 4 months before. Our COO had officiated his wedding in June in Alaska, and then our COO officiated his funeral in November. And it was radical. So I'm deeply spiritual, and if it hadn't been for all the 180 tools, by the way, if anybody wants it, if you go to my LinkedIn, pinned on my featured section of my LinkedIn is my 180 favorite tools that I use on myself, that I use with clients, my favorite mantras, all my favorite things that I use to be resilient. Because imagine this, we have an offer to buy the company, my co-founder dies, everything goes sideways, and we are crushed. It's my husband's best friend, my best friend. We've been friends for 14 years. I'm very close to his wife, and our COO was best friends with him as well. And it was the hardest day of my life. And here I am, and you just have to cancel. I don't ever want to say have to or should. We all have an opportunity to utilize tools for resilience, because you know what? Life is going to happen. People are going to die. Wars are going to happen. You're going to have losses. You're going to have betrayals. And we have one choice exactly. And that choice is to react versus respond in every moment, choice by choice that we make. So after Julian's passing, we had been growing this Jen Hill tribe, but it wasn't a formal group. It wasn't a paid group. It was just kind of sitting there, just kind of growing, but not doing anything, because I thought I was going to be an executive at an AI company for the offer we were getting, and everything fell away. And I found myself in January, Karen, on my hands and knees praying and saying, universe, God, show me the way if you want me, because I wanted to make everything whole. Thankfully, we didn't have investors. We had self-funded the company, but I wanted to make Julian's wife whole, and all of our advisors and our CO and everybody had put their blood, sweat, and tears into this. And I said, universe, show me the way. If you want me to still sell OptiMatch, that was the tech company we were going to sell. I said, show me the way, provide me the right buyer, or tell me to say yes to this merger offer we had. And I said, or if you want me to grow the Jen Hill tribe as a paid community, humor me, give me 10 or more paid tribe members in the next month. 30 people joined that month. And I was like, message received, God, like universe, God, source, whatever you want to call it, got the message loud and clear, came through. And so now because of that, I get to meet amazing humans like you, Karen, and I just get to wave my magic fairy godmother wand and be like, "Boop, you get a deep and meaningful relationship with yourself and others." And everybody look under your chairs. You all get a deep and meaningful relationship with yourself and others. Magic fairy godmother work done. So that's my dream, is to be the fairy godmother of human connection so that every human in this world feels seen and belongs and never has to feel as lonely and scared as I did in that room with all those 100 thought leaders.
Oh, that was a mic drop moment right there. The fairy godmother of connection wants you not to feel scared and alone like she did at that moment. She wants you to belong. And I want that same thing for you. I think that's why everything that Jen said just totally resonated with me. And I gravitated to that so much because that's our core need, is to belong and to feel that, and to win. And as she said, the key to belonging is to belong to yourself first. Many times we abandon ourselves by looking for that validation outward. It's very natural to do that, and it's a process of maturity to learn to look for it inwardly, to love ourselves first. Jen, I love these stories. So tell us another story about that with yourself, because you
I
are.
love stories because I can teach you all 180 tools, but you'll remember the tools if I tell it to you in story format. This is what I've learned from years of just getting to learn from some of the greatest teachers in the world. So thank you to all the teachers who came before me, because I would not be where I am today without them. I always say a blessing. Actually, that's something I'll tell you all. A little tool I'll throw in here before the next story is one of my teachers, David Guillaume, radically changed my life. He was like right there by my side when I was going through the divorce, going through getting diagnosed on the spectrum, selling my first company. And one of my favorite things that David taught me is he says, bless those who bless you. So every day, part of my morning practice is I say, thank you, universe. Please bless everybody who's ever taught, mentored, coached, healed, helped me, worked with me in any way, or blessed me in any way. Please bless anybody I've ever taught, coached, worked with, or mentored in any way. And of course, I say a special blessing for the Jen Hill tribe every day. And I say my anti-a-hole prayer, which is a separate thing. You can all if you go to antiassholeprayer.com, you can get my morning anti-asshole prayer and my 21 favorite morning mantras that I love sharing with people. That's the secret. People are like, how do you have such amazing friends around the world? I wave my magic fairy godmother wand. I say the special mantra every day, and poof, the people who are not meant to be in my life disappear, and the right people, the divine right people and connections always come into my life.
Could you say the anti-a-hole prayer for us?
Sure. Okay, so you guys ready? So you can find it there, and I will give it to you out loud. It's so cute. You'll find it on my Instagram too. I had this one lady yesterday. She's like, I was so excited to meet you. I saw your anti-asshole prayer on Instagram. So you can also find it there if you forget it. So you can say it with me. Universe, please remove anything or anyone who is not meant to be in my life. Give me the wisdom to know it's happening for my good and draw the right people and resources towards me. Thank you.
Oh, that is so good. It's almost like grant me the wisdom to know what I can change and what I cannot, and to act accordingly. And that awareness is the beginning, and the desire. Well, first the desire that I want the awareness, because many times like I don't want to know, but the fact that you recognize something was off in your relationships, and you said, I want something different. I want to feel better in some way. And that led you, that drove you with that inner desire that just became, so great in your life to then find these resources. And because of that desire, I believe that the universe blesses us with the desires of our heart. And when we are desiring to up level, when we are desiring to connect with more love in our life and desiring to heal, I believe that we are guided to those tools, those mortals, those teachings, those truths, so that we can feel that and it will resonate. And just like Petra was saying, we will find the individual recipe that is meant for us. And so just so thankful to hear this from you, Jen, and how generous you are to give, 180 tips to help us, and not just one. She's not going to give you one today. And these are things that she offers as a complimentary gift.
It's just
Jen,
there. I just want to give it. The fairy godmother, I have all the resources I need. My only goal is that every one of you, that you get exactly what you need. And one tool might be better for one person. I loved what Petra was sharing earlier about tapping, and there's just so many wonderful tools out there, and it's knowing like how to be resourced. How can we be resourced in those moments when life hits you with a baseball bat and knocks you on your knees? And by the way, I'm seeing all the beautiful comments in the chat. Jackie, Lonnie, Michael, Nicole, thank you all. I love it. Just like lights my heart up. It puts a smile on my heart. It makes me so happy to see that this is resonating for all of you. All right, you ready for another story?
I'm ready.
All
Can't
right.
wait.
So here I was, and it was about December of 2024. And there was a lot of divisiveness in the world. I'm not political either which way, but it was right after the last election. There was just a lot of divisiveness going on and reactivity. And a friend of mine, Keith Hodge, a new guy I just met a month or two before at a Mind Value event, says, mate, he's a British guy, mate, you've given me so many referrals. Can I please gift you a healing session? I'm like, cool, Keith. I don't even know. Oh, thanks, Jackie. I'm glad you love the stories. I'm like, Keith, I don't even know what your healing sessions are, but sure. So here I am. 10:30 a.m. on a Thursday morning, completely sober, a little bit coffeeed up, but aside from that, just no plant medicine, nothing weird. And Keith and I hop on the call, and I have no idea what to expect. He's like, okay, mate, what do you want to work on? And I'm like, well, I don't really know what you do. He's like, well, what's a challenge you're having right now? And I said, oh, gosh, you know what, Keith? I've had the same reoccurring nightmare every single night, or not every night, but a lot of nights since I was a little girl. And he's like, oh God, tell me about it. And so I was like, I'm 5 years old and I'm trying to save school buses full of kids with superheroes. I'm 13 years old. I'm floating on a piece of earth, looking back, realizing I failed to save my mission. The earth has been blown up into a billion bits. So I basically had the save the world complex, right? Not a fun nightmare to have. So Keith's like, perfect, mate. Let's work on that. I'm like, all right. So I don't know what's going to happen. And he starts intoning and chanting, and whoosh, space and time fell away. And then I begin to hear the most delicate laughter you've ever heard. It's almost like a giggle. And this giggle gets louder and louder. And I realize it's the universe. And the universe says, you are so cute. There's nothing and no one to save. And there never has been. But your only purpose, and the purpose of every human being, is to remember the spark of light in yourself. And then once you remembered that you are a divine spark of light, then your only purpose and the purpose of every human being on this planet is to go out and look for and listen for the spark of light in everyone you meet. And when they've forgotten, reflect back to them so they can remember that they too are a divine spark of light.
Oh, that was a mic drop paragraph. There is no one to save. And your job is to find the spark of light within you, and then to look for that spark outside. And if someone has forgotten it, to remind them of the spark that they came to this earth with. Oh, Jen, that is so beautiful. And when you put the two lights together, it's not like 1 + 1 = 2. It's 1 + 1 = like 50. And there's greater heat, there's greater energy, there's greater illumination. And that's how I feel when I am with you. I feel greater illumination. I feel my love just expands. I mean, I felt it right now as you've been talking during this session. And I'm so grateful for the way that you look for that light, the way that you empower others to find that light within themselves and to believe in that light, and then to shine it, and for all the opportunities that you give to people, and looking for ways that you can give. It's amazing to me, because as a fairy godmother, you're just waving your magic wand. What can I give for you today? And praying for all of us every day. What a gift that is, because there is power in those prayers and reaching out to the universe. So thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Barbie said, I love that. And Nicole said, I love the session. Look for the spark in others and remind them. If we all did that, can you imagine how beautiful this world would be? And as a leader, you are contributing to making this world a more beautiful place, because you started with yourself. You started with finding that light within yourself, and you recognized that you came, like Becky Robbins was saying, you came equipped with those truths, and you just have to remember them. And many times, because of trauma and because of external circumstances, we get distracted. We might think we need to save the world, and we might put our focus over there, worrying about all those things, instead of showing that love and belonging to ourselves. That's a beautiful story. Beautiful story. I love how you had that nightmare, because many of us may not verbalize it as a nightmare that we have at night when we're sleeping, but we have this nightmare thought, this nightmare worry, that may be plaguing us, and getting to that core, and then recognizing what the truth. No, that's not true. I don't need to save that. I need to focus on loving myself. I'm the one. And I'm the only one I can control anyway.
That's it. We only have control to the tips of our fingers. We do have control of our words. We've been given one mouth and two eyes and two ears, and so we can control what comes out of our mouth, and that's it. Can we speak, as David Guillemot teaches? Can we activate and be builders rather than destroyers? So I'd love to leave your audience, Karen, with one more thing, if it interests you.
Please.
So you'll be able to find this. There's a video of it on the short section of my YouTube channel. I had the most beautiful thing happen last time. It was actually this time of year exactly. I was going to see a dear friend of mine for lunch here in Lisbon, Portugal. And the strangest thing happened, Karen. As I was walking down the street, again, same thing, dead sober, just walking down the street on a beautiful sunny day, a children's book began to pour through me. I'd never written a children's book before in my life. And one of my dear friends here, shout out to Bella Shing, who's a filmmaker, she animated it into a short film for me. It hasn't even been turned into a book yet. If you go to antiaspalprayer.com, you can sign up and you'll get the book when it comes out. You'll be on the waiting list for that. I'm actually talking to somebody right now about getting it published. But if you'd like, I can share the book with your listeners right now.
We would love that. We would absolutely love that. Yeah, we can put that link in the chat if you want to just.
Yeah, I'll find it. I won't
to me.
click on it now. It's on my
Okay.
YouTube channel. I'll do it after we're done here because I don't want it to
Sure.
just pull up and then interrupt everyone.
Yes, right. Well, I'll go to that link.
All right, you ready? You ready to go? All right, you ready for this?
Ready.
All right, it's called The Palladian Princess. Once upon a time, in a far-off galaxy, long before the stars were strung across the sky, and before the earth had even begun to dream itself into being, there lived a radiant little princess. She lived in a kingdom of shimmering light, high among the skies in a place called the Pleiades. In the Pleiades, no one needed to speak aloud. They shared their thoughts through sparkling waves of love, telepathic messages floating gently with kindness from heart to heart. In this magical realm, there was no anger, no pain, no tears, only peace, joy, and harmony. Everyone helped one another, like stars working together to make the night sky shine. The little princess spent her days dancing through galaxies, learning from the wise ones, and watching her parents lead with love. One evening, as the stardust sparkled all around them, she looked up at her mother and father and said, "How can I help? How can I be a great king or queen like you? How can I bring joy and happiness too?" Her parents smiled and wrapped her in their soft glowing wings. They looked into her soul with eyes older than time itself. "One day, my love," they said, "your time will come. You will journey to a faraway planet not yet born called Earth. When you arrive, you will forget who you are. You may feel lonely, different, like you don't belong. But one day, after many sunrises and many moons, you will begin to remember." The princess blinked. Remember what? That you are made of stars, that you are light, and so is everyone and everything. You will help the children of Earth remember too. You will show them how to play with space and time and stars and night and galaxies. You will help them feel the truth, that they are never alone, that they are all sparks of the same bright light, seeking to reunite, to shine together again. The princess felt her heart sparkle with a strange new feeling. Courage. "And that, my daughter," her father said gently, "is your purpose." She nodded, and somewhere across the stars, Earth began to whisper her name.
Ooh, Did you all just feel that amazing feeling, remembering that we are sparks of light, that we all belong to each other, and we belong to ourself. We belong to ourself. That is so true. And Gail was saying so many struggle with finding their spark. And yes, that is in her toolbox. And so that is
Yes,
something
there are
that
many, many tools for that, Gail. I love it. And I just put the video for the producers in the chat. So that'll give everybody access. Children love it. Adults love it. Children think I wrote it.
yes.
Adults think I wrote it for them. So it doesn't exist in book form, but if you go to antiasselprayer.com, you can put your email in. You'll get the anti-assel prayer and all my favorite mantras, and you'll also be put on the waiting list for the book.
Oh, thank you. I can't wait for your book. It's going to be amazing. We're going to have you come on and talk again about the book. Thank you, Jennifer, for the love, first of all, that you have for yourself, because you can't pour from an empty pitcher, right? And so you did the inner work to help heal those wounds that you felt. And then you give and you pour out and you recognize and you remind that we are all beings of love and that we are all beings of light. And we're here to increase the love and light in the world within ourselves first, which you do so beautifully. Thank you for being the fairy godmother of connection. Thank you for connecting with me, for blessing my life, and for connecting with our audience. I know the audience is in love with you and everybody wants to. Can I talk to you, Jennifer?
Well,
So
thank you. Please
we will
connect.
all,
You can find me on
yes,
LinkedIn. Just Google Jennifer K. Hill. You'll find me on LinkedIn. If you ever want to look into the Jen Hill tribe, you can come join an amazing group of 362 fabulous souls like Karen and others around the world. So much love to all of you, and so excited for, I think, Katie, who's up next. So thank you, Karen, for having me.
yes, thank you so much. All right, we just love that. That was just amazing. Oh, thank you, Jennifer. Oh, wow. What a feast. Did you just feel like you couldn't write fast enough? I was like, I can't get the notes fast enough. I'm going to have to go back and watch it again and listen to that. And that prayer, what a beautiful prayer for her to have for us. So our next guest is going to be one of our inaugural members of the Global Women's Journal. This is Jackie Wilkinson. Jackie, thank you so much for being with us. Jackie is a fabulous woman. Oh my goodness. And much of what Jennifer Hill was talking about and what Becky was talking about in participating in her own rescue. Jackie has participated in her own rescue, and her life of overcoming is profound. She has written a book called Turning the Tables of Trauma. Do you have the cover for us that you can?
I can show you.
Yes, look at this book cover, Turning the Tables on Trauma. First of all, what a clever title, right? But that's exactly what she's done. And now she helps leaders to know how to do that in their own life. And so Jackie is, as I mentioned, she's an inaugural member of the Global Women's Journal. She is a wing commander in the Royal Air Force. That is not easy to do. And I'm so proud of her. But beyond that, and beyond all that she has accomplished, she won an award for being the best speaker. She has spoken at military events. We are so honored to have her as part of our community. I feel so honored when I met her to have her as my friend and to have her as part of, I just want to do everything with her. I wish that I lived right by her. She's in a triathlon where she earns money to help empower other disadvantaged individuals who are looking for assistance and who want to lead. She has the most generous heart. Even the proceeds of her book, she gives to other people so that they can receive the therapy and the help to heal from their trauma. You just don't hear about people like this with this kind of a heart like Jackie does. So Jackie, thank you so much for being with us.
Oh, thank you. What a wonderful introduction. And yeah, it's overcoming quite a bit, but it's to know that I don't like to see suffering in the world. And when you come from a place where you've had to learn to overcome and heal, it's to send the lift back down to those who need to rise. And when you can do that for other people and see them rise and encourage their growth, it's truly the most profound, rewarding thing ever. So this is why I do it. I love it.
Oh, send the lift back down. If you have found the path, you're going to call out to everyone else. Oh, it's right here. Just keep going. Watch out for that pothole, on the way. But here's the lift. Here, grab a hold. Here's the rope. Let me help you so that you don't have to suffer. That's one of when people ask me, why do I do what I do? Why do I spend so much time putting these things on and all of the individuals that I work with, why do I do those things? And my motivation is just like yours, Jackie. I say, if I can help one person not to suffer as I did and to learn things quicker than I did, then I will feel that I have accomplished my mission in this life. And I start with myself, I start with my children, my family, my grandchildren, and it feels like such a privilege to get to have this platform, to have other people to share, and for me to be able to learn, to continue to take your rope, to take hold of your rope that you're throwing out to me, Jackie, to be able to grow and to climb and to be better. And all of you who are speaking, who are here today, are blessing my life so that I can send the lift down for someone else. And that's why we're here. That's what the Global Women's Journal is all about. And that's what our summit is all about. And we tell stories because we want you to know we have been there. And Jackie has been there. Jackie, could you tell us a story about you?
Oh, Karen, I just want to say before I share a story about me, I just want to say how phenomenal you are. I've never felt so much love from an individual who is an inspiring leader. Your kindness, your heart, your generosity, it's just, I don't know, I can feel it across the pond, I can feel it from over here. I absolutely love you. So thank you for all you do for everyone, because you do uplift people in ways that you don't even realize. So I wanted to say that first before I share about my story, genuinely.
Thank you. I just have to get my tissues out.
Oh, I'm sorry for doing it. So yeah, my story. So the reason I do what I do is because I grew up in quite a challenging childhood. I had a dysfunctional home life with two parents who were quite abusive. There was not only sexual abuse from my father and physical abuse, but there was the emotional abuse and neglect from my depressed alcoholic mother. So when Jen was talking about belonging, that's exactly how I felt. I didn't feel like I belonged anywhere. I didn't fit in. I never had unconditional love as a child. So I had to try and figure it out on my own. And it led me into a place of just feeling this loneliness and not really understanding. But what Jen also mentioned previously is it's like I lost myself. There was a splitting of the selves in all of this because I didn't think that she was good enough. And when I started to remember all of the splitting of the selves and put her back together, that's when I discovered my true self, and understanding that leading with authenticity and being the real Jackie behind the mask was what did all of that. And, self-compassion, self-leadership, all of these things, when we truly understand why our behaviors are the way they are, and you go to the root cause and analyze it, you can absolutely uncover the real you. And when we do this, we just build resilience, shame resilience. If there's a shame to your story, you're feeling guilt. And I've learned that sharing my story, across the world in my book, really diving into the depths of what is challenging for a survivor of child sexual abuse, especially when it's intrafamiliar abuse. It's understanding that other people will go, yeah, me too. So, leadership is all about struggle stories. And when you can inspire and say, you can overcome, you can rise to the next level, and you give that hope, that there's hope and healing, we all get to change the world. And the proudest thing that I can say, it's not my rank, it is not medals, it is, not my positions or leadership roles. It's the fact that I've broken all the generational trauma that I was handed for the sake of my two beautiful children. And that is the one thing that I am proudest of the most, is that I can say I took accountability for everything I chose to heal so that they didn't have to go through what I went through. So that's my mission, is to help people understand, and self-awareness is absolutely crucial.
Absolutely. Is that just the most beautiful thing, audience? Did you just fall in love with her right there? That she took accountability so that she could do the inner work for herself to first lead in herself and her children. And I just have to say, the tremendous work that she has done in her family with her spouse, because these traumas affect all of our relationships. And it's been so inspiring to hear Jackie's story. You're going to absolutely love her book. I couldn't put it down. It was just so good. And so, Jackie, thank you for what you are doing in the world, and lighting the spark within yourself, finding the spark, remembering who you are, the divine being that you are, and then helping others. We're going to bring our next guest onto the stage with us. This is Katie Redden Clancy. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. I'm just getting so emotional hearing all these stories. Katie is a coach who helps women and men to be able to tap into that inner story. So Jackie has been able to do that. She was able to write her book, speak on stage, and Katie helps women and men to do the same thing, because so many times we feel this passion inside of us, but how do we get it out there? How do we share that so that we can send the lift down? One of the ways we send the lift down is sharing that message. I mean, to teach what we have learned. Otherwise, we can't stand in the corner very well and affect that many people. But when we can speak, that's when we can make an impact. So Katie, tell us more about you and what brought you to do what you do in the world.
Well, thank you very much for having me. This is really exciting to hear from you all. I am a solo show artist, so I write and perform and produce solo shows, one-woman shows. And it's been a really interesting journey going from actor to solo show performer, because an actor is given a script and given a character, and you have to be word perfect, but you're telling someone else's story, really. And I got to the point where I just wasn't chiming with performances I was being given, and I just felt like writing my own thing. But it's very scary to sort of think, what have I got to say? What is my perspective? And I think perhaps in my third show that I've just done, which is called Endgame, I've finally sort of understood it, because it's about Joni, who's a cabaret performer, and she dies and goes to heaven and watches a review of her life, which is apparently what happens. I've done tons of research for this show, but apparently when we go into the spiritual world, we have a soul review, and no one judges us but us. And we think to ourselves, with our spirit guide, we have a chat, and Joni's spirit guide was Pam, and she was from Yorkshire, where you're going, Jackie, and she's no nonsense, and she'd be like, you need to listen to this. And so she basically got Joni to look at all the life choices she made, and she went, you missed that, you should have done that, why didn't you get me signs? I sent you all the people, I sent you all the signals, and you refused them all, And so I think it's really interesting to think of, what does life throw you, and what are your soul choices? And mine was definitely along the lines of, creativity and authenticity, and trying to find out my own voice. What did I want to say? And so that was going, on into the solo shows, and my show Endgame went to Adelaide Fringe, Melbourne International Comedy Festival, Sydney Comedy Festival, and then back to Brighton Fringe, where it got 5 stars, won Best New Show, and sold at 100 seaters. And I was like, yes, I'm finally understanding what I'm trying to do. But the really interesting thing was then, when I was sort of on that journey, as Jackie knows, I was in sort of rooms where people were talking about public speaking. I was telling the story, and then people was, entrepreneurs were going, well, can you talk to us about that? How do we write? And that was very weird, because actually when you're an actor and you've got a sort of mask as a character, so I don't mind going on and I'll be really raucous in what I'm saying, because I'm a character and I can say anything, particularly with a wig. The moment I put a wig on, I can just say anything. It's just like the world's my oyster. I'm in a sandpit and I can be as naughty as I want, right? But when it's a bit like doing stand-up comedy, when you're you as a speaker, people were going, well, just talk. And I'd be like, but I'm so used to being word perfect as an actor. Otherwise, if you give the line wrong to another actor, or, that's no good. Or if you start saying, the wrong lines or ad-libbing, the writer starts to get pretty cross with you. So I was, so used to being sort of word perfect. And then also I wasn't used to someone saying, well, what do you think? Like, what is your perspective? you know, and that was like a massive journey for me. So I feel as if that sort of journey has really got me to understand, yeah, what is my perspective? Like, what am I here to do? And now I've realized, oh, classic. I'm here to help other people find that. Of course it is, because whatever I've just been through is the lesson, right? So that's kind
Yes.
of yeah, the story about why I'm here.
Well, thank you. And I love that how, you talked about the mask, and how it was easier to talk. And of course, you just did what was scripted. But when it's not scripted, when it's coming from the heart, which is what we're all about at this event, we are organic. None of this is scripted. It is all just coming from the heart and what resonates and what we feel the need to share. It can be uncomfortable. It can be vulnerable. And sharing that on a stage and in a book takes a lot of inner work to overcome fear. So, Jackie, what questions do you have for Katie?
Oh, I thought that share was brilliant. Just like you get to see your life in reverse and understand, what you didn't do, what you did do, and that reflection, I think, it's a wonderful example about how important it is for that reflection. But what I'm curious to know is, what do you think is one shift that helps someone step into both their voice as well as their kind of leadership style on stage? What do you do to help draw their story out of them? Because we've all got a leadership story, and I'm curious to know that.
What shift?
Yeah, what shift?
I personally think it's all about creating your own creativity habits and listening to your intuition. So I'm a firm believer in, I'm sure you all know The Artist's Way with Julia Cameron. So she does her morning pages every morning, and listening to that. So, you write what's going well, what's not going well, what do you want less of, what do you want more of? And then you go out on a beautiful walk out in nature, and you just listen to the signs. And that is quite fascinating. There's also a book called The Celestine Prophecy, which I'm sure you've read, which is all about, number one, notice the coincidences. And when you're on that sort of vibe, when you're actually listening to the intuition and what the universe is telling you, I think that's an incredible shift. Rather than saying, right, this is what I'm going to do, sometimes just opening up to, what am I meant to be doing? I remember when I was writing Endgame, and I started to write. I do a lot of free writing, and because I find that's really interesting with the morning pages, basically getting out everything that's, oh yeah, but I need to book the farrier. Yeah, but what happens if I don't do that? And oh my god, I can't believe they said that. On like, oh my god, what happens if there's all this stuff that goes on in your head which stops creativity. So you have to get all of that out on the page first, and then I start writing. And I was just going, what is Endgame about? Endgame, and then I started to feel like they started to talk about soul reviews and all this stuff. These words happened that I didn't actually understand, and all this stuff to do with what's going on in Jen was just talking about the Palladian princess. All this sort of other world that we don't know about, with space that's all going to come galactically back online. It's absolutely extraordinary. And I started channeling. I think it was channeling, and I was thinking, oh, I think that's quite interesting, that actually, I'm a spiritual person, so I'm a firm believer that actually people around us guide us. And whether that is, your higher self, or it's your guardian angels, or it's, spirit guides like Pam from Yorkshire, or it's whoever it is that's sort of, trying to say, you keep thinking of that book that you've got to read, or, you keep thinking, oh, there's a course that keeps coming up. Is it the algorithm, or is it me? Or, it's just like, well, just do it, And so it's that shift of like listening to your intuition about what you are meant to be researching. And then once you start listening to that research, you then start going, I agree with that, but actually, and then your brain starts building on it, and you start going on this, rather than sitting down and form, like, it's about sort of, rather than formulating a plan about what you're going to do, it's sort of opening up yourself and allowing it to flow through you. We are all just a channel and a vessel.
I absolutely love that. And yes, I've definitely read The Artist's Way. It's a phenomenal. The morning pages, if you've not heard of morning pages, by the way, and what Katie's just shared, it is an absolutely beautiful tool to clear your mind, understand yourself. And that is exactly what it does, because it's actually connecting with that inside of you. Who is the real you? And when you start writing, just it flows. And I think you get to about the third page and suddenly you're in full flow and things are happening, right? It's amazing, because they say that the mind that holds the problem holds a solution. And the solution is always inside of us. We just need to find it. And when we sit still enough to be able to do that, that's what we can find the problem, the solution to the problem. So I think that's absolutely crucial.
And it's procrastination as well. It's my trick stopping procrastination, because all I have to do, because with my ADHD brain, which I've just understood, oh, that's why I think that way. But you know, if you say to me, right, you know, you've got to go and write a solo show, I'd be like, but what about just redoing the whole Spring Clean? And what about color coding the whole wardrobe? And, you know, I want to learn Pilates or whatever. I'm sort of, you know, start going. But if I say, I've just got to wake up and write 3 pages of nothing. And then what actually happens is 3 hours later, I haven't had breakfast yet, and I've just written like a whole scene or, you know, a whole character or something. So it tricks my brain rather than saying you have to do something big. It's like, because I say, what do you want more of? What do you want less of? I say, well, what do I want more of? Well, yeah, but I want to write the next show. Okay, well, what is it about? And I'm off, you know?
Yeah, beautiful. And it's like what Carl Jung said once, that until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life. And you will call it fate. So this is about, how do I make that unconscious more conscious? And that is just a beautiful story, Katie.
Yeah, I love it. And I sort of am a firm believer in, I once went to a medium, and this is when I was 21. So I sort of was a firm believer that there is something out there and there is a guardian angel out there looking after me, because I got this medium started to say this stuff that I think your mother's side is your right side and your father's your left or something like that. Anyway, she said, hold out your hands and keep them straight and don't move them. And then suddenly my hands went like this and just really, really shaking. She's like, put them straight, put them still. And I was like, but I wasn't scared. And then she just looked over my shoulder and she said, oh, this person really loves you. And, you know, she wants to, you know, be with you. And if you ever want to tap into joy, then, you know, and I was going, okay, this is quite a lot. I only came here just because I was like, is it true? Is it not? And then I was like doing the shaking thing. And then she said, anyway, I've got to ask this person to leave you because she doesn't want to leave you. And I said, okay. And then suddenly my hands went normal. And she said, that was Beatrice. And I went, oh, that's good. And then I went, not meaning anything. And then I went back and I told my father, and he just started crying because that's his grandmother. But we always called her Queenie. And so this whole thing, when I was 21, you know, that sort of happened to me. And so from then I've always thought, yeah, that's kind of like very weird. And, you know, so I'm a firm believer that we are guided. And so I'm often like, come on then, like, what do you want me to do? Like, give me a sign. And I remember saying that actually to my grandmother, because I was like, come on, if anyone's going to be talking, it's you. And when I did the solo show, I was like, oh God, it was such a financial, creative, emotional roller coaster of like, it was the biggest challenge I've ever given myself. You know, how do you magic up £25,000 and go around the world and, you know, all that sort of thing. And I remember saying, show me pink feathers, show me pink feathers. And you know, I meant to do it. Show me pink feathers. And I just said, come on, pink feathers, you got it, you know, and like this, and you're not showing me pink feathers. Anyway, I got on the plane and I went to my first venue in Adelaide Fringe. And they said it was a beautiful, run by these circus guys. And there's a big top. And then I was in the smaller one in the theatre tent. And I went outside and they went, anyway, so this is where you are. And this is backstage. And over there's the bar where, you know, you can come and meet us all. And I just went, and there was this massive container, like all the way on the side of the whole area, which enclosed all the theatre space, of 2 angel arms with pink feathers.
Wow. Incredible. I love that story. Just like, show me the money, show me the feathers.
My grandmother going, yeah, what those pink feathers do? Like, is that okay with you? I was like, okay, so I'll just go on and do the show. All right, you've spoken, I get it.
Fine. We're just going to do the show. I have done that too. I have been like, please, I'm listening. Just talk. Just tell me what it is that I need to do. I am available. I'm willing. I just can't hear you. And I have also prayed, please show me a sign. I remember reading about Gideon where he wanted to see if the fleece was dry when everything else was wet, and he wanted a sign. And that is such a natural feeling that we have. We need that guidance. And when we're seeking guidance from the other side that we can't see, it takes so much, it's a refining skill to be able to pay attention and to hear that and to recognize that that's what it is. Yes. Oh, Nicole said she has prayed many times for signs. Yes, I think that is a very understandable process, and being able to discern and recognize when that guidance is coming is a powerful tool in our life, because we are not alone. We have those ancestors, Beatrice, right there, wanting you to know how much she loved you. Oh, we could go on and on and on with this conversation. Jackie, is there one last thing that you would like to add?
I just think it's just amazing. But ultimately, with all of this, being a leader, it's all about educating yourself. And I've learned the word by educo, which is a Latin word for developing yourself within. So we all get an opportunity of just learning from others, getting mentors in our life and growing. And when we actually find someone, like Katie, who's an amazing speaker and mentor, Karen, like you, who's a phenomenal coach, having these people and holding them close is absolutely key. So, and it's learning about how you can grow from within and educate yourself from within. And speaking on summits like this, you just learn so much from so many amazing people. So I'm just really grateful to be here and having the opportunity to speak to you both.
Oh, thank you. And any last takeaway that you would like to share, Katie?
I completely agree with what Jackie just said. It's amazing what happens when you actually just show up and stand on a stage, virtual or real, and open your mouth and start talking. And, it's just amazing, the ripple effect, like you never really know the ripple effect of what you say has on other people, and you never really will know. I remember once when I call it the wilderness years, when I was really not in a good place. I was doing a corporate job I hated. And anyway, I went to a talk, and this guy gave us an exercise to ask 3 people who we knew, what is our superpower? And I remember people, saying, oh, I've got it written. You're courageous, you're determined, you're charming, you're enthusiastic, you're playful, witty, fascinating, you're you're intoxicating. That's my ex. So I've got it. And I remember sort of reading it going, that is not how I feel right now. Like, I do not feel, and I was like, oh. And I just thought, and the next morning I thought, well, if that's how people see me and that's my superpower, that's how I'm going to show up.
Oh.
And I went, I'm going to do my second solo show. And it was that, I was like, right, that's my superpower. And I've had that on my laptop since. And I thought, wow, last night a speaker saved my life.
Oh,
yeah, I love it.
Beautiful. And thank you for sharing your superpower with us. Congratulations on In-Game. Thank you for reminding us to be aware and to know that we have that divine help from the other side. It's such a beautiful gift to know that, because many times we feel so alone. And like Jackie was talking about, the loneliness. And when we're dealing with trauma, we can feel very isolated. And so as we work on that and we start to heal, we realize we've never been alone. We have always had that here. It's just tapping into that. Oh, yes. Thank you so much. And Barbie was saying the ripple effect of sharing our stories is incredible. You have an incredible ripple effect. And you and Jackie both, your stories are so powerful. Thank you so much for being with us, Katie. Thank you so much for being with us, Jackie. Thank you for the wisdom and the lived life experiences that you are sharing with us that have brought you to this point so that you can help us to find that spark within ourselves, to remember our divine identity, to remember who we are. So I'm sending you so much love. Thank you for being with us, and can't wait to have you on again.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Karen. Lots of
Bye-bye.
love. Bye-bye.
All right, so we have got another Let's see if we have something for you. We have a song that we may be able to play for you. Are we ready for our song? I thought this was a perfect time to play this song. This is a song that Tamara L. Hunter wrote, and with Impactor Music Productions created it, and it's really amazing. It was inspired by Women's History Month and International Women's Day, and it premiered on her show, the Let's Talk Fabulous show, where I was honored to be a guest, and where she promotes things that have to do with inspiration. And during International Women's Month, she had women all throughout the month sharing their stories, and she talked about also the stories of those who have impacted us throughout our life. So many of us have those kinds of stories that we love to hear, and so I think what we'll do is bring up Nicole, because she is another one of our inaugural members, and I would love to have her share, because Nicole has an incredibly inspiring story as well. Nicole Cowley has come from the trenches. I mean, she is a woman that when you hear her speak, her authenticity is so powerful. And just like we've talked about, like Petra had that voice, Jennifer Hill had that voice that's so soothing. When I told Nicole, I need to have a recording of you, like she does hypnotherapy, she does yoga, and helps people with overcoming trauma and empowering them to be successful entrepreneurs. And how is she able to do that? Because she's done it in her own life. And so she has the authenticity that we can share with, that helps us to feel connected to her. And so don't you just love that? If somebody's up here talking about theory, it's one thing, but when they're up here talking about what they've gone through, and you say, oh, you just lean in. So Nicole, thank you for being with us. And we are grateful to have you share. Tell us a little bit more about yourself.
Well, thank you, Karen. And first, I want to echo what Jackie was saying about being with you. I've been now with the Global Women's Journal since the very beginning, and with Karen, and it has been one of the most beautiful experiences of my life. And I always do say, every room that you say yes to, you find these people that really lift your heart and help you live into who you want to be. And so I always really encourage people is to say yes to these rooms, say yes to these people. If you feel aligned with them, say yes, because it changes your life. And Karen has definitely changed my life. And I am so, so grateful for every single message from her, every bit of encouragement. What we know is when you're trying to do new things in your life and you're expanding your life, there can be a lot of fear, and you need to really surround yourself with people who care. And so, Karen, I thank you with everything in me. You have shown me the way so many times. So thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. And I feel the same way about you, because it is scary when you're coming to speak and you're putting yourself out there. Nicole published a book, Profit's Purpose. Say the name of the book.
Passion, Purpose, and Possibility.
Passion, Purpose, and Possibility. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And she was on the Times Square billboard, and she's out, sharing and doing promotion with this book. First of all, it's scary to write your book and have no one read it. Second, it's scary to write it and publish it and to put it out there and then to talk about the book. Tell us about that process, Nicole, because I believe that there is a healing process when you actually articulate it and when you then have the courage to put it out there.
Yeah, when I first was asked to be part of this book, I was very excited, and then I was like, what am I going to say? And as I started to think about my journey and started to think about putting this out there, I got very inspired. And what I know for sure is once you start to write, you start to get to know yourself so much more. You start to really deep dive into who you are and the way you have thought for a long time. And what I found was so incredible was the day I found out it was going to be published, like when it was actually going to be out there and people could see it, everything inside of me went like that frozen feeling, because some of the things they're sharing are very vulnerable. And
Yes.
From my heart, I've always wanted to be one of those people that protect other people's hearts and other people's stories. And so, you go through this feeling of like, can I do this? Can I not do this? Will what I'm saying, will it resonate? Will it be okay? But it's a growth journey of being able to use your voice, being able to say your story, being able to live it, and to be in deep acceptance of it. And also knowing that every single time you put yourself out there and give your story out, someone else is going to resonate with that, and they're going to actually be able to live further into what they would love because of it. They see themselves in it. And to me, that is one of the most important things, is that for people to see that they're not alone in their journey and that there is a way through it. And I believe so highly in these stories and books, and because that helps me enormously. Podcasts, books have helped me so much on my journey, in my life, to be able to be brave and be able to do things, because when you see other people do it, then you can too.
And I'm just going to show you where Nicole published her book. Oh, can you see it? I don't know if you can see that up there.
You can't, not quite.
Cannot see it. Oh, barely. There we go. Let's see. Oh, nope, can't see it. We have an opportunity for people who would like to publish their stories in the Global Women's Journal. And Nicole published her story in the inaugural issue. So you can go and read that. And it is so different to, like when you read a textbook, when you're studying something, it's like, wah, 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 wah. It's like facts. But when you read the story and you say, oh, Nicole went through that, she did that, oh my word. And just like Karen Manthe said, sometimes we need others to show us our superpowers. When I hear Nicole's story, I'm so inspired. And I think, if Nicole could do that, then I could do this thing over here that I'm dealing with. And Nicole, tell us your story.
Sure. Well, many, many years ago now, it's about 11 years ago, which I can't even believe it was 11 years now, but 11 years ago, you would have thought my life was probably pretty good. From the outside, it did look like that. I had 2 beautiful children, a nice home, a great family, and good friends. But behind all of our 4 walls, everything was falling apart. And I basically, my marriage ended it felt like almost overnight. And I had been a stay-at-home mom. And so I really had to start to figure out what I was going to do. I had these 2 beautiful children relying on me now, and I did not have a career. I did have a career before I decided to be at home. I was the vice president of our family business for many, many years, but I had made the choice to be home with my children when they were really little. And so I remember just being in that state of fear, financially in a state of fear. Also, didn't have clarity as to where I wanted to go and what I wanted to do. And I really was looking at life at starting over. And I was 43 years old. And I thought, how can I do this at 43 years old? And so anyways, what happened was I started to, think of all the things I could do. And what I believe is so important for all of us is friendships and community, because people surrounded me, they grabbed me and said, let's go. And I started in a direct marketing company, which I do highly recommend for a lot of people in that position of being in a community of people that really wanted you to rise. And from that place, that was where I started to dream again, because I actually, once I became part of that direct marketing company, I gained quite a bit of success really quite quickly, which I was so grateful for. But from that place of success, and this is what I feel like with all my clients too, that opens up your possibility of dreaming of what you would really, really love. Often at the beginning, it's hard to think about what you would love because your confidence is about this big and you're feeling so small. But once you start to have some success, that success gets you dreaming again. And so I did. And from there, I started to think about all the things I've always wanted to do. And I had been a dancer my whole life. And I thought, I love getting people to move. And I wanted to make a difference in their health and their wellness. And so I went back and became a personal trainer. I trained people. One person I trained for free for a year just to learn it. But I remember taking my weights at 6 a.m. and my mat and going to people's homes and training them. And then from there, I wanted to even do more. And so I became a health coach. And then I became a life coach and did mastery in there. And then life circumstances started to happen around me. One of my children had an illness that really challenged me at one point, challenged us at one point, and my business was just doing okay. And I started to learn about neuroscience, and I started to learn about the mind. And I decided at that point I needed to learn this because I knew that I wanted people to have long-term transformation in their life, but I also had a child that I wanted to make sure knew who she was and what was possible. And so once I learned this hypnosis and hypnotherapy, I started to combine everything I did to help people really step into who they are, because for so long I did not know who I was. And without having any direction, I really struggled. And so today, this is what I do. I help a lot of high achieving women who, from the outside, life looks like it's pretty good. But on the inside, they're constantly questioning themselves, second guessing themselves. And I help them build that self-trust so that they can make great decisions, move forward, and actually do what they want to do in their life. Because I believe the biggest painful gap is the one where you know who you are and who you can be, but you're just not there. And so I really try to help people move through that gap and live into all that they can do.
Oh, I think that is one of those painful things is when we see that gap and we want it so bad. And like you said, to start dreaming again. Sometimes we know we want something, but we don't even know what it is. We just know we don't really like this this
Yeah.
thing that we have right now. And for you to have gone and how you lost your yourself, and you lost your part of your identity when now you weren't in the marriage, you weren't in the relationship, and you had been working for the family business. You thought you had the role, and all of a sudden it vanishes. And when those things happen, or when a crisis comes, like a health challenge for a child like you had, or something else that is going on in your life, these external, you get thrown a curveball. What are you going to do? And then to remember who you really are, to remember your divine identity, like we talked about, and to dream again, and to surround yourself with people to empower you. So wise. And so now Nicole helps other women to be able to do the same thing. So what would you say to me if I was having trouble getting out of bed in the morning and I was feeling so discouraged with all of the things I know you have the tools of dance and hypnosis, but what else would you tell me to help me to move forward?
Yeah, I think, well, first of all, when we are going through a transition, just like you were talking about in life, like things are going to happen to us, whether it is a new job, whether it is your children are growing up and they're no longer there going to be in your home anymore. You may have aging parents, or you're going through things like a health crisis or a divorce. Your life is going to change around you. And what I had found with many people and myself is I was really good at following rules. I was really good at doing everything everybody told me what to do. I could do that really well. And I think I took a lot of pride in that. And I think I got a lot back from being able to do things well. But what I noticed was that I could build all the external, but when it came time to self-lead, when I had to actually lead my own life, when my life fell apart and I had to be a leader within my life, I didn't know how. I actually didn't know how. I had never built what I call my internal wealth. I'd built a lot of my external, but I'd never built my internal. So when I think about a woman who is sitting there right now, questioning her life, and in the morning, really sitting in that gap of knowing that she's meant for more. So many people I work with know deep down they are meant for more, but they are not taking the chance on it yet, or they don't even know where to go yet, or they actually don't even know what that would look like. Is to start to think about, start just having a deep awareness about how they are living their life, the things they are saying to themselves. I think I start with the words we say to ourselves all the time, because the words we say to ourselves become the life we live. And so if you are saying, I am stuck, or if you are saying, I can never find the way through, or this is so hard, or I will never get there, that really becomes what the roadmap to our results. And so the first thing I would say is, let's start looking at what you're actually thinking and saying in a deep awareness from there. And then wonder if you could say, instead of I am stuck, wonder if you said, I'm not stuck. I'm going to look for all the things that I do know today, all that I do know, because this is the thing, you do know a lot. Every time I talk to women, they're like, I don't want to feel this and I don't want to feel that. And then I'm like, but then you do know what you do want to feel. And I think that's where you want to start with is like, what do you want to feel every day? What do you want? What, like, walk around and observe life and be like, I would love that. I would love this. All of those things start to help you. And just by changing the way you're saying it, instead of saying, I don't know, start saying, I do know when you wake up every day. And when you say that, you're going to find it. You're going to start to see the things that you would love, jot them down, start to have them on a sheet, right? Because being stuck isn't a great feeling. But if we can start to just one little switch in that lens, start to see all the things that you would love, it changes everything.
Nicole, you brought up something really powerful. Oftentimes as a leader, when we're struggling with this situation, maybe we have an economic downturn, maybe there's a restructuring, maybe there's a merger. I don't know what to do in this situation. That's a very common response that we have, or a relationship issue or a health issue. I don't know what to do. But when you start the day on focusing on what you do know, I do know that I am able to research. I do know that I have the ability to ask questions. When you start an empowering thought like that on what you do know, I do know that I can open my eyes. We can start pretty basic. I do know that I can still breathe. I do know that I can still pick up the telephone. I do know that I still have Wi-Fi access today. I can Google and I can, read from other people that have shared their messages. I think that's really, really powerful. So thank you for bringing that up, because that empowerment came because you learned that tool and you had to learn that when you went through some very big life transitions. And thank you for being vulnerable and being willing to share that story with us. And Nicole is a fabulous coach. And like I said, she uses hypnotherapy, she uses dance. And when she dances and she puts her videos up online, I just feel so happy. I want to dance with her. I'm like, yes, let's go. And talk about changing my state. Like a lot of times music can change our state. Dancing is a really powerful mechanism for changing our state because we're moving. And if you have a stressful state, and I know Nicole could totally teach us more about this, but when you have a stressful state, Nicole, don't you agree that moving moves that emotion through you?
100%. And actually, because I've been a dancer my whole life, it's been a natural thing for me. But what I know for sure is when I was going through everything I was going through, one of the things that were non-negotiable for me in my life, and my kids know this one too, is one was moving my body. So every day I would get up and I would move my body, and they would play around me and they would do their thing, but I would move my body. So that was essential for me. And the other one was actually learning how to train my mind. And my mind was always, I had never actually learned how to train my mind. I didn't even know really that was a thing a long time ago. And so my kids know that was also something very, very important to me. And we were talking about morning routines. A lot of people today were talking about morning routines. And one of them has been, I use a visualization or a hypnosis track every morning to really set my intention. And a funny story, when my kids were really little, because I would be on my own with them and they were old enough to be on their own, but they still were very curious where I was every day. And I think a lot of moms could understand this. You don't go to the washroom very often on your own, and there's not very many things you do on your own. But my kids, what was always so amazing about them is they started to understand what I did. So one of them was moving for sure. And the other one is I'd go into, it was a closet because it was the only place I could actually go, though I was on my own. But I would go in and I would listen to my hypnosis tracks or my visualization or whatever it is. And I can remember hearing my kids going, Mom's in the closet right now. And she's trying to get her things together. And it was so... And so I remember hearing them out there, but I started to teach them that this is the stuff that helps regulate you. So every time I would come back out of there, I'd be like, my energy was back. I was ready for them. And those were two things that were super important to me. And I can go on and on about all the things, all the tools, because there were so many tools that I used, but those two really, I believe, actually saved me physically and mentally. They really did.
Yeah, that is powerful. And look at the example of how you were leading your children to learn to train their mind, because you didn't learn it until a certain point. And I've done the same thing with my children and my grandchildren. It's so powerful to even be able to know that there's something going on. I remember when someone first taught me that. I was in college. It was my best friend Michelle, and she was in sales, so she was working a lot on that. And she would say, you know, self-talk, and she said, just pay attention to what you're saying. And I didn't even know I was saying anything up there. It was just all this chatter that was just going on. I'm very talkative, and so my brain was very talkative to me, but I didn't know what it was saying. And so when I stopped saying things like, I'm just stuck, I don't know what to do, and retrained my brain, it was a very powerful time in my life. Thank you for that wonderful tool. Thank you for that wonderful example. We just barely got going, Nicole. I can't wait to have more. So we're going to see Nicole again later today, a couple times, and thank you for your beautiful energy. Thank you for being with us, Nicole. Great.
Thank you, Carrie. So, Karen, thank you so much.
All right. Well, we have another speaker that is coming up in just a minute. It is Julie Ann Meyer, and then we're going to have a song that I want to play for you. So first, we're going to bring up Julie Ann Meyer, and Julie Ann is the executive producer for Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Week, which is happening in May 1 through 7. Julianne is absolutely incredible. Her resume is just unbelievable. She is the head of Aaron TV. She has a really popular show there. She has a podcast. She's a leader as a woman that is a rare woman that empowers other women. She is extremely supportive. The other thing that I love about Julianne, and I get emotional when I say this, is her integrity is phenomenal. She loves, and she is true, and she is someone that you can count on. She is trustworthy. That is something that is a rare, it's like finding gold. So Julianne, I just want to thank you for your leadership and the way that you lead at the Los Angeles Tribune and at Aaron TV, and the way that you lead me and help me through your example.
Oh, you're so kind, Karen. It's an honor to work with you, and you are an amazing, fantastic, all the accolades I could possibly think of, leader in your own right. And it's an honor to be here today.
Thank you, Julianne. Well, we want to hear a story from you, because we see you out there, we see you on screen, but for a lot of us, we want to know. Tell us more about you. Tell us more about how you are a leader.
Okay. Well, you know what? Here's the funny thing is, most of us don't think of ourselves as leaders because we're just in our lives, and you can't read the label when you're inside the bottle. And, I love that saying. I wish I knew who said it, but I love it because we don't really truly see ourselves as we are. And one of the things is that even as a leader, if you're leading yourself at the very least, and also the very most. But I will say that I've definitely lived many different lives in this body of mine, and done a lot of different things in a lot of different leadership ways. But, and I've been a boss, but there's a difference between being a boss and a leader. And I think that is something, there's a distinction there that isn't always made. But I get to serve people, and I always have, in different capacities. And now it's with the Los Angeles Tribune in particular. And as you mentioned, I have my own TV show and a few other things. But, any way that I can help people, and be of service, then that to me is the best way to be a leader.
Gotta unmute my mic. Yes, and that is the thing. That's what I'm saying, is the way that Julianne empowers. A huge difference between being a boss and being a leader. And there are situations where someone who has the title or the position is in name the leader, but there's someone on the team that people are looking to that is making a big difference. I've worked with Julianne now for 3 years. This is our third annual leadership week with the Los Angeles Tribune in May, and it's such a privilege to work with her. I can't even tell you what a joy it is to work with someone of her character. And so, Julianne, tell us what brought you to this point. Why have you been doing what you do?
It's interesting because like I mentioned, I've always been of service to people in different ways, but the way I ended up in media is kind of funny because I was working in health and wellness. I'm very good at what I do or did. And all of a sudden, all the doors kept shutting and all the doors kept opening for media. I did my very first summit years ago, and I had on the likes of Sharon Lecter and other amazing people that have been interviewed by Oprah. I don't know why they said yes to me, but they did. And it's been going in that direction ever since. And I just kind of have this opportunity now where I keep stepping into the opportunities that are presented because I keep showing up. And I think that, you don't have to shout out who you are as long as you're being who you are. And I think that that's a huge difference.
That is a really, really big difference. And it reminds me of, I think I can't remember who said it, but I remember hearing a very famous celebrity that was an athlete, and he said, I do my talking on the court. It's probably Michael Jordan or somebody, but I thought, it's who you are. It's who you're being. And you don't have to shout it because it's evident, and your energy attracts those opportunities. So yes, Julianne has said yes to things, and because she has said yes, we are so blessed to have her leading at the Los Angeles Tribune. And I have to thank Mo Rock for giving her these opportunities, because I'm grateful that Mo Rock recognizes the talent and the unique perspective that we bring as women into the environment and into leadership roles. And I'm thankful that Mo has given me the opportunity to be a leader of the Global Women's Journal and to be a producer with Julianne. So thank you, Mo Rock. A shout out to you, and I'm very grateful. And so Julianne, if you could tell us something that has changed and helped you to change as a leader. Have you had a story where you had a paradigm shift or something that happened?
There's quite a few different ones, because if you're not growing, you're dying. And so I think there's always room for improvement and ways to grow. But I would say the most recent leadership revelation I've had and grown into is that it's not about ego at all. And I think a lot of us get stuck in this idea, especially if we're in a power position, where we're more interested in control than success. And I think that when we can let go of that and just let other people shine through, then everything just lights up, because everybody wants to be seen, everybody wants to be heard, but mostly people want to be appreciated. And if we can't let them be who they are and let them shine and take the lead and just really be out in front, then how are we being of service, really? And how are we actually leading? Like, I don't need to have my face all over everything. I feel a little funny doing it still, but and that's why I'm grateful that you, Karen, are the face of Leadership Week for 2026. And, for me, though, like I said, it's really just a matter of keeping growing and listening to the people around me, because and I always say this, but some of my best ideas were never mine. They're from the people that I surround myself with. And I always give credit to whoever it is, because I'm smart enough to know them. I'm smart enough to, associate with them. So to me, that's the credit I want to take, is that, I'm able to see the brilliance in other people and let them shine, because ultimately it's not about me. It's not about them, but what can come through and what's the best thing for everyone involved. And if we can keep that in mind, then we're a good leader.
Yes, absolutely. And you are the brilliant person who surrounds yourself with those people, but you're even more brilliant because you appreciate, you recognize, and you give them opportunities to shine. I'm so grateful for those opportunities. And what does that do? That creates loyalty to you. That creates a feeling of endearment and gratitude to you, because you are appreciating them. And a leader wants other people to grow, wants other people to rise, and wants them to develop those skills in themselves. And so it just like you said in the very beginning, you remove ego out of it and you say, a rising tide lifts all boats. Let's do it together. And I love that about you, Julianne. And I just want all of you to know that you all want to work with Julianne. She has a fabulous platform at Aaron TV where you can put your show and you can bring people on. All of you are such great, interviewers, I know, in your own right. And so I encourage you to connect with Julianne for that. And if you'd like to speak at Leadership Week, you can contact either one of us, because we are wanting to help you find the spark in you, and we want to help you have an opportunity and a platform where you can share it. And thanks to Mo Rock for making that possible for all of us. Thank you, Julianne.
Thank you.
Well, that was great to have Julianne with us. Oh my goodness, to have the head producer, for the Tribune. Oh my goodness, she is absolutely fabulous. Well, I wanted to play just a little song for you right now. And this song was written by, as I was mentioning, Tamara L. Hunter. And Tamara, so incredibly talented. She is with Impactor Music Productions. And as I was saying, it's inspired by Women's History Month and International Women's Day. And it premiered on the Let's Talk Fabulous show. So we're going to show that for you right now.
Through every chapter written in time, through every mountain we had to climb, it's been the women standing strong who kept the fire burning on. With steady hands and fearless hearts, we've healed the wounds and played our parts across the oceans and every land. The women of the world still stand, not louder than the rising storm, but steady as the light of morn. We stand in truth, we stand in grace, with love no fear could ever erase. We are the women of the world, with open hearts and dreams unfurled. In every language, every land, we rise in love, we take our stand with faith that moves and hands that sow. Through quiet strength, we let it show, united by a deeper call. We are the women of the world. Spirit steady, spirit strong, we've carried light for ages long. Through every trial, through every test, love has led us to our best. Not bound by borders, not by name, yet every heart beats just the same. And when the world forgets its way, the heart of women lights the day. We are the women of the world. We are the women of the world. With open hearts and dreams unfurled. In every language, every land. In every language, every land. We rise in love, we take our stand with faith that moves and hands that sow. Through quiet strength, we let it show, united by a deeper call. are the women of the world.
Oh, my goodness. I've seen that movie before. I've seen that song before, but every time I watch it, I think of how, like Julianne said, I stand on the shoulders of giants. I think of the women in my life. And like Becky Robbins said, all the ancestors that made it possible for me to be alive and the miracle that it is that we are each here. And all of those who are cheering for us from the other side, who want us to succeed, who did the very best they could to make life better for us. So, oh my goodness, thank you, Tamara L. Hunter, for that beautiful song. It's just so inspiring. And that's what we are all about at the Global Women's Journal and at the Los Angeles Tribune as our partner. We're so thankful to provide these opportunities for all of us to help others remember who they are. So now we're going to bring up our next panel, and we have Sandra J. Horton, and we have Kendra Wallace, we have Karen Manthe, and we have Dr. Anna Thomas. So grateful to have you, powerhouse women, here with us, and thank you for cheering. I can feel you cheering and seeing your comments, and yes, it's a good thing I have tissues handy today because you all inspire me when I hear your stories, when I get to know about the things that are going on in your life and the other people. I feel how the audience is just so happy to connect with you. And so, yes, as Debbie Prediger says, we are the women of the world, and we are helping to help others to shine. We're helping them find that light that maybe they have forgotten about. And so, yes, thank you so much. And so, Sandra, let's start with you. If you could tell us a little bit about yourself and introduce yourself, because I know Sandra is an emotional intelligence business coach as well. She has a podcast, and you're just going to love hearing from her.
Thanks, Karen, bringing the positive energy and taking a breath, my friend, and grounding, just because that was so beautiful, so emotional. And I am a presence guide for leaders, and beyond that, a global leadership and change strategist, and truly helping us all stay and ground, be clear and align when it matters most. I'm coming from beautiful Canada, and I'm just so honored to be here. So I'm going to ground myself and let the others introduce themselves.
All right, Kendra, we'll let you go next. And Kendra, we are so grateful to have you join us at this event. Kendra is another very powerful woman, and she is leading, and she has the thank you theory. That's your book, right?
Yes. Yep.
Yes.
That's
So
my book.
tell us a little bit more about you and what you are doing in the world.
Well, I will say that I'm so honored to be here, and that song was emotional. I don't have any tissues, so I am grateful to be among giants and stand on the shoulders of giants myself. So what kind of hit me like a wrecking ball was that moment of clarity of like, I'm going to break the pattern of generational things. And so the thank you theory is a piece of that. And then the arrive method I came up with just to help women who feel stuck and like they can't find a way through, to break those patterns that we're all successful on this summit, and anyone watching, if you're a woman, you're successful, and so I speak to the women who have had a lot of success, but maybe the pattern that got them to that success isn't the pattern they want to continue.
Oh, so true. Because many times out of our trauma, we're working so hard, and maybe it's not the pattern of success that we want. And so the thank you theory helps us to tap into gratitude in so many unique ways. I can't wait to have her talk more about that. Thank you, Kendra. Karen, let's have you go next and tell us about you.
Thank you. Isn't it fun to be a Karen? Right? And I actually think it's
we're not like those Karens.
And I just think it's so funny. I'm like, come on, it's okay. We can make fun of our names. But I love it when our friends are always so indignant on our behalf, they're like, no, my Karen isn't like that, right? And I just think it's so funny. But yes, I'm actually an improviser is my background. I'm a professional improviser, and I teach applied improvisation to organizations to help build confidence and help people connect with each other, learn how to just be able to have that mindset of yes, and how do I accept what's happening, whether it's through a failure, through a change management, through anything going on, and build from this moment. So that's what my passion is connecting people, watching confidence grow, and helping everybody have that. How do I yes and this situation?
Oh, that is so powerful. So good. From chaos to connection to confidence.
Exactly.
And
Yes.
through improv. And we know that the most successful leaders are able to pivot. And pivoting is possible when we are able to function with improv. And a lot of people don't realize that the only way that you really can be able to pivot and to act with improvising is to be able to access your prefrontal cortex. So first you have to love yourself. First you have to show empathy to yourself. Like Becky was saying, start your day, by loving yourself. And Jennifer Hill was talking about how important that is to belong to ourself and not abandon ourselves. And then we can remember to say yes and.
Mm-hmm.
So
yes,
it's
all about you accept, you listen to the feedback that's going on with yourself or with others, and then build, and you accept and build. So
right. Thank you, Karen. We're going to talk some more about that. And Dr. Anna is another author with the Global Women's Journal, and she was in our most recent leadership edition. She is also a speaker and a medical doctor, and she also is a guide and a leader in regards to caregiving. So she wears multiple hats. Welcome, Dr. Anna.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me well this time, Karen?
Yes.
Wonderful.
Yes, I can hear you
Good. So I'm Dr. Anna Thomas. I'm a palliative care physician by training, and I have an organization called Life Care Leadership, where I support women, primarily women who are caregivers. They're working, they're caring for a loved one, and help them navigate that through education, training, and coaching.
Yes, and so I'm going to put this up on here. Debbie Prediger is a pro at yes and. She is so good at hearing something and then recognizing yes and. And one of the things that I think is interesting with being able to use this in leadership, which I'm sure in the because I'm in the medical world too, I'm a dietitian, and I have seen so many times where the crisis happens and you have to know how to work with the team. I mean, teams are it's life or death in those kind of situations. And so, Dr. Anna, I know you have so many brilliant leadership tools and tips that you're going to share with us. Also, to prevent us from experiencing the burnout so that we can be able to take care of all the aspects of our life. So we're going to come back to you to hear more in just a minute. Thank you. All right. Well, Kendra, I'm going to start with you this time. And I am going to say, what brought you to this point, to what you're doing today?
Oh gosh, we'll just jump right in. So I grew up in a very strict, narrow belief system. Like it had to be right here or outside the lines was unacceptable. So I did a lot of people pleasing and performing and overthinking to make sure I showed up correctly so that I could get that certificate in elementary, the gold one with the little frame, all the way to getting promotions as I climbed the ladder. And what I realized just a couple of years ago actually is all of those patterns that actually worked for me, they were actually stifling and devastating my life at that time. And so I just did a little, no, we're going to change all of this. We're going to figure this out. And when I said earlier, it hit me like a wrecking ball. I just noticed this pattern from mom back to grandma and who knows before her. And I'm like, you know what? Somebody gave me the idea, like we get a choice how we want to show up. And so I worked really hard at creating the Arrive method so that I could come out of those patterns that no longer served my life. That's kind of in a nutshell.
Well, and isn't that interesting, because you became aware something you weren't happy with, you weren't satisfied, you said something needs to change, I want to feel different, I want to do this different. That awareness, just even feeling like something's off, is a skill. And then to say, okay, that's not serving me, that's very powerful, very powerful. So thank you for your Arrive method, and we're going to come back to that in just a minute. Sandra, how about you? What brought you to be doing what you are doing today?
Oh, thank you, Karen. And thank you, ladies, for showing up. I'm just really enjoying all of this amazing summit. And one of the things, I don't know if this resonates for anyone, but has anyone ever had that moment where you may be sitting in a office or you're sitting with someone else, and you just have that moment of deep inner, this inner restlessness, like things aren't right. And that's what happened for me. But unfortunately, it was in a situation where it was very unsafe for me. And what I realized is that for 34 years, I left an unlocked part of my heart, a part of me, and I unlocked this story, this childhood trauma story that I had suppressed for 34 years. And I was sitting in this and looking at my boss, and he was berating me, and I realized, wait, stop. What's happening in this moment? I realized for 34 years that I had allowed different perpetrators to come into my life, not standing up, not knowing who I am and my childhood trauma story. And in that moment, I had a choice. I said, I need to do something different. And I learned about myself. I embraced my younger self. I opened up. I became present. I became present with myself. And I no longer lived in that story. I became emotionally self-aware. I anchored into my heart. I connected my mind to that higher calling and consciousness, because I realized I was living someone else's story. I wasn't living my story. That's why I'm a guide, a presence guide, to now help others wake up in that setting, whether it's in your work or your personal life. It's waking up to the core. I know we'll talk about that a little bit later, but the core of how you get present.
Yes, how you get present, that emotional, that pillar of emotional intelligence, self-awareness, and recognizing this isn't serving me, and this has been going on, and stop, just stop, and
Observe.
that pause. Yeah, and observe.
Core. It's like connecting to yourself. So if this resonates for you in any of these moments, whether you're in the life and you're just having a new life birthing, or you're in a life transition, or you look back, take a breath, connect to yourself, breathe it in, and then observe. What am I feeling? What am I experiencing? Is it just in my head or my heart and my mind? Is my heart talking? What's happening for me in this moment? And then making a conscious decision to stop and not react. Get out of that primitive mind, that amygdala hijack, and get into your front brain. And then make a conscious decision to choose differently, to engage, to understand. This is powerful. That's the power of the core and the shift, the awareness in the moment.
Yes, that is absolutely, because you cannot act in a proactive manner unless you can access your prefrontal cortex. And I love neuroscience because it teaches me so much of the why. How does this actually work? And why can't I do that thing that I can remember later when I'm perfectly calm? Oh, I wish I would have done that. Why didn't I remember to do that? And it took me years. I felt shame because I knew these things. I was coaching people on these things. And I, I could write it, I could talk about it. But when I was escalated, this was back before we talked about it. I didn't know about emotional intelligence because we didn't use those words. But I didn't understand, my amygdala was taking over. All my resources were over there. I couldn't access my prefrontal cortex. So I wasn't able to, I couldn't even remember to be able to do the things. So thank you for bringing that up, Sandra, because that is the core, is that self-awareness. And so, Dr. Anna, I would like to talk to you. What brought you to where you are today?
So first of all, I want to say, Sandra and Karen, I love how you're talking about how the brain is working and all the different changes. It's a lot of what I do because I help women who are caregivers, and a lot of them are caregivers of loved ones who are living with dementia, and understanding the brain changes that they're going through is so helpful for the person providing the care, but also for their own brain. How can I help manage my own stress level so that I can provide good care for my loved one without getting overwhelmed? So to answer your question, Karen, what I've noticed in my work experience and in my own family experience from other family members and myself who've been in caregiving roles is how overwhelming and how lonely sometimes being a caregiver can be, especially if you don't know, what are the resources and supports available in the community. So that's a lot of what I do in my work, and helping caregivers get those self-leadership skills, those emotional regulation skills, as well as how do I navigate the system to get my loved one the best care possible.
Absolutely, absolutely. And because you have lived that experience, you know how overwhelming it is. I mean, being a doctor and taking care of your own children and your family is overwhelming enough. But then when you add on things like caregiving for maybe an additional family member that needs that, it can feel like juggling so many things. And how there's only one of us, right? How can we do the thing? And so that ability to not, when we don't know what to do, that ability to not sink into the negative, intrusive thoughts that don't serve us.
The song that you played before, about how women are taking on so many different, I was just thinking about that as you were playing that song, and how well it resonated with all of our messages, because caregiving in particular, parenting as well, it's something that women all across the world are doing. And it's a lot, because we're also working at the same time. Maybe we're exploring different things. And for us to have a community like this to support each other is so important. So thank you, Karen, for giving us this opportunity, this platform.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Anna. I absolutely love, and it thrills me to no end to have women that support other women. And that's what we draw together in the Los Angeles Tribune Global Women's Journal. And I am so thankful for all of you for bringing that energy together, that we do want to serve, that we want to lift and build each other, because it is lonely and it can be very challenging to know. And many times we don't even have the time to reach out. I was just talking to Debbie, and I was just telling her about a lot of overwhelming things that I had been dealing with, and I didn't even have the time to reach out and say, help, send the lift down, as Jackie said. And so sometimes we are just, we can barely catch our breath. And that is so important when we have a supportive community that can reach out and that can offer that support, because we need each other. We are not, we're not isolated beings. We were wired for connection, and it is very important. And speaking of connection, I want to move to Karen, and I want to talk about what brought you to be passionate about your subject of moving from chaos to connection and what you do today.
That's a great question. So I'm the 7th of 11 children, and I am from a family of chaos. There was always someone to fight with and always someone to play with. And there was it was a blended family. There was a lot of volatility actually that happened. And I just kind of was that neglected child, that my parents at that point had parental fatigue. And it was just, kind of raise yourself and raise each other. And so growing up, it always felt very chaotic, and I never knew how to express that until I discovered improvisation. And it was such a natural stepping stone for me to get involved with improv, and it helped me figure out all the feelings that I was having, where you have that scared feeling, the butterflies in the tummy. And I would have that all the time. It was always just some anxiety that was going on. And then I learned how to lean into it and how to overcome it to where I don't have anxiety. I don't have depression. I don't have any of those feelings, because I was able to move past that point of breakage and move it into helping connect with myself and help connect others to each other. So that's kind of my story.
Wow, that's a very authentic story. Having those experiences as a child, and those shape so much of what we do. And many times the thing that is our superpower and the thing that we give to others is oftentimes something that we didn't receive, and we know how it feels to not receive that. So you have such incredible empathy to be able to offer that to other people, and that helps you to be such a successful speaker, which Karen speaks all over, and that your audience connects with you because you have a story that is told with emotion, and that is what connects you to your listeners. So thank you, Karen. Thank you for sharing that, and thank you for your skill in improv to help others to pivot, because it is scary when you pivot. I don't know which way to pivot. What if I take this step and that thing leads to something that's not what I want? We don't always see maybe just but one step ahead. And I've often had thought of it. I grew up where we had a lot of fog in California, and it was so thick we could hardly see our hand in front of our face. We certainly couldn't see the lines on the road to drive. I remember driving with the door open and looking down to make sure that the line was still there because I couldn't see it on the road. And that is unsettling, and it can be, you can either take it as an adventure or you can take it as debilitating. And to be able to improv and say, okay, what are we going to do? Maybe we're going to stop and pull off and have, a bite to eat at the restaurant until the fog lifts or something. But being able to have that wonderment, like Becky talked about, and to be able to be curious so that we can then move forward. That just allows us then to improv. And I appreciate so much what you're saying. So, Dr. Anna, how about you? I was going to ask you a new question. I wanted to know what is the thing that, with Anna is speaking all over too. She has won awards. She won the last story standing. That was in Pittsburgh, right?
Pittsburgh last year.
Yes, Pittsburgh last year. Congratulations on that, and winning many more awards. And what is the thing that lights you up today?
My children. I have a 5-year-old. Well, he's going to turn 5 next week, and a 9-year-old, and they are the light of my life. Absolutely.
Oh, that is so wonderful. And if someone said, why do you do what you do specifically for them?
And that comes back to caregiving. It comes back to my grandmother. It comes back to the relationship that I had growing up, and how important those relationships are with the women in my life, my mom, my grandmother, and wanting to make sure that relationship continues with my children. And just, I think for all of us who are mothers, it's a special bond that there is nothing in this world that is like that.
Oh, so true, so true. Thank you for bringing that up, because that is universal. And for those of us who are mothers, either through our natural born children, through children that come to us in other ways, or children that we mother as a teacher, as a nurse, as a neighbor, we have a maternal ability that is very unique. And many times in our life, we'll have a trauma, and there can be a person who shows us maternal energy that can feel so healing. And so thank you for bringing that up, because my children are the light of my life and the motivation for everything I do. Before they were even born, I was always striving to be the best person I could be so that they could come to a home with a mother that was doing the best she could be, even though I know I have a long way to go. I was always working on it because I wanted to better. I wanted to better how I was, and that intergenerational healing, I sought after that. So thank you for bringing that up. Kendra, what is the project that you are working on right now that is just lighting you up?
So when I see people move from an old pattern to a new one, typically they have a lot of joy. And so what lights me up in general is when a woman lights up. And it could be my children. I have children that light up when I choose joy and get out of an old pattern. So I would say children for sure. My kids, I have 5 kids and a granddaughter. And so I'm very motivated to change those generational patterns. But when you see somebody else winning, and that's what I love about this community, quite honestly, I'm new to spaces where women lift each other, new in the last 5 years. Like, there's a lot of women out there that are cheering for each other. And so that really motivates me, and to help women with something they've done for so long, and then shifting into that new way of being.
Oh, I love that. What lights you up is seeing other people light up. Oh my goodness, that totally resonates with me, and that makes me so happy. And I agree. Seeing other women empower other women is thrilling to me, and that's what we're all about here. That is a very unique thing about the community at the Global Women's Journal that most people don't find, and many women are searching for that, but they don't know where to find it. And so I'm so glad that you found us and we found you. Thank you, Ashkan, for your kind words, and appreciate the leaders who have mentored me, who have helped me, men and women, and I appreciate the opportunities that they have given me. Sandra, how about you? I would love to hear what lights you up. What is the
well, thank you. You've all inspired me. So I'm going to add a next layer. So imagine this greatest blessing in my life. I'm going to have 5 grandkids already. I've got 2 more this year. before end of October. So we'll have 7 grandbabies, all under 6. That lights up my whole essence of who I am. And I'm launching the Presence Lab. And this is a incredible opportunity for high power, trusted women who are doing incredible work, who are accomplished, but really don't have a space to grow, to really come into their own, to recalibrate. And I want to bring that word today, because when I was listening to all the other earlier speakers, it's about recalibration, isn't it? That's the light. That's the potential that we all have, the awareness. What do we want? How can we build stability into our lives, build that alignment within ourselves, express who we are, and then take sustained action. And for me, if I can show up in my presence with heart connected to source, to higher, for me, I'm a spiritual being, to God's divine, guidance is offering me to be of service, then my grandkids will see the authentic me. And that's the most beautiful gift in the world. You're on mute, Karen.
I know I have to get that cursor on the right spot to unmute myself. Yes, to be the best you can be, and to have more beautiful souls that are joining your family. What a joy! And I have been celebrating with you as I've been watching your family grow and the beautiful experiences. And so thank you, and thank you for
thank you, Karen. I wanted to say thank you so much from my heart to you. You really are an incredible, exceptional person. And I want to invite all of your beautiful souls here to come on out and join me in this first immersive. It's going to be on a horse ranch. I would love to see everyone there, and just let's celebrate together. Always, everyone is welcome here in Canada. Come on up to Vancouver, and love to see you all. So thank you for this time.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you for reminding us to recalibrate, because things happen. And so we do. We have to recalibrate. We have to get our bearings so that we can pivot and recalibrate. And so that's very, very important. And thank you for your kind words. I appreciate that so much. And Karen, how about you? What is lighting you up today? And in the future, what is on your horizon?
Right now, what's lighting me up is just with you amazing women. I'm like, oh, sister, I'm with you. I feel that everything that everybody's saying, I'm like, yeah, we're soul sisters. I feel it. What really lights me up is I would really agree with Kendra, is when others are kind of stepping into their own power and seeing people feel more confident and just understanding their superpowers that they have. One of my favorite activities to do in this little question, and I don't know if we have time for you all to answer, but I would love to hear, is what is your low-key superpower? And when I mean low-key, I don't mean do you speak 8 languages, because then we all start comparing ourselves to each other. But what's your low-key superpower? Are you really good at picking the right size Tupperware for the leftovers? Are you can untangle jewelry like a boss? Like what is that one thing that you may not think is super great or special about you, but you naturally do well? Because I feel like when we can speak well of ourselves, then we start to realize I have worth. I do have these things that just naturally are gifts given by God to me. And I think that's really just what lights me up, is watching other people find their worth. And it just touches my heart so much. So,
oh, thank you, Karen. I love how you help other people find their worth, and I feel that energy from you. I immediately we had a conversation. I immediately was like, yes, you are my kind of woman. I want you to be a part of this, and thank you for the abundant energy that you bring, and for the love in your heart that wants to help others, so that they can remember who they are, and then they can use their superpower, whether it's untangling jewelry or finding the Tupperware.
Yours truly is empathy. You are so gifted with people, and people can feel your empathy and love. I mean, that's a very high key superpower, but that's one that I just absolutely admire. And all these women on here who are saying, we put too much on our plates, and we don't have time to reach out for help. And I think, especially with improv, we often feel like improvisation is saying yes. And that's true. We say yes, but in improv as well, we say no. Because when you say no, it's saying yes to something else and something deeper and more important. So I would hopefully everyone remembers that you really need to remember that as women, we tend to pile on so much that that's where chaos comes in. So sometimes you need to simplify and say no, because that means you're saying yes to yourself. And that's truly connecting with yourself a little better.
Absolutely. Absolutely, Karen. Very, very powerful. Wow. This was a powerhouse panel, and I just want to keep going. I just want to let them go. But we have some more women that I want to share with you. But first, I want to tell you that how important that is to be able to say yes and to be able to say no and and that's very important. I think the yes and is very crucial, because first we validate that thing and say, yes, that's a great idea, and it's not for me right now, or whatever, however you need to do that. But that acknowledgement is very important for both sides to know, just as we've talked about, to be able to be seen and heard. And as you were saying, and enabling people to have that opportunity to be seen and heard, to just hear, not to, and to listen with the heart, not just the words, but to really feel that and to understand where they're coming from. Because sometimes people say things and we are just like baffled. I often say, I am baffled by that. and it takes me some pondering to kind of be curious and to have that wonderment, like Becky was talking about, in the yet uncertain. But through that curiosity, we can regain that understanding, and we can find ways to do that. And that is how we can then build. And that's what we want to do, is we want to build. We want to be able to empower each other and to be able to strengthen each other. Yes, such powerful, phenomenal ladies. Thank you all. Thank you, Sandra and Dr. Anna and Kendra and Karen. Thank you for being with us, and can't wait to have you on again.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right. Well, our next host and our next guest, first she's going to be a guest and then she's going to be a host, is Debbie Prediger. And she is coming to us from Canada. And we are so grateful for her and for her energy and for all that she does to bring so much to the Global Women's Journal. Debbie was one of our inaugural members, and she is living in Canada sometimes. Sometimes she's in Mexico. She travels around. She often has opportunities to speak in different places, and it is such a joy to hear from her. So I am grateful for her wisdom. I'm grateful for all that she shares, and I'm going to allow Debbie to introduce herself.
Oh my goodness, Karen. You can see that the smile on my face is so huge right now, because I'm sitting in the back room listening to these women, feeling the hearts, feeling the passion. And honestly, somebody's saying big echo. I'm not hearing an echo. Is there? Okay.
I think there was an echo, but there is still an echo. I don't know what
Okay,
to do about that
let me
echo.
talk and the echo is from Debbie's feed. Okay, interesting. Hello, hello, hello. Testing.
Better. Awesome.
Okay, let me just say again how privileged and honored I am to be here today, to have this type of relationship that Karen can not only call me up and say, hey, I'd love for you to speak on a panel, but also for those that I got to invite to speak on a panel. And so this is the ripple effect. This is us showing up in our brilliance. This is true leadership. And this is how we amplify each other. But what I did start to say as Karen invited me on is that I was smiling ear to ear. My cheeks hurt. And the reason they hurt is again, soul sister, the comments that are in the thing. I'm in the back room listening to these women. I'm wanting to high five them. So yes to all that and more. So the yes and. Thank you, Karen.
Yes, I agree. And so, is there still an echo? Okay, we'll just take turns whose mic is open and see if that helps. If it doesn't, then I'll just let Debbie bring up her people and introduce them. So, is yours muted right now? Debbie, are you muted?
No, I do not have. Your voice is echoing through Debbie's mic. So let me turn my mic.
Okay, well, I think we just have to have one mic open at a time for some reason right now. So we'll just do that. And that's terrible because I want to laugh and I want to be with you in the moment. And I don't like being muted when I want to give you feedback. But so Debbie is, she's the founder of several organizations. I'm going to let her tell you a little bit more about what she does because she has the Be Extraordinary Women's Network. She has a Shine Circle. She has many, many places where she empowers women, where she gives them opportunities to shine, as we've talked about, to find that spark within themselves. And then she empowers them to show that spark and to be able to do that. So Debbie has published her article in the first inaugural edition of the Global Women's Journal and in the second edition in the Global Women's Journal Leadership Edition. So Debbie has been with us from the very beginning. We are very grateful to have her and grateful to allow her to have this opportunity to tell us more about herself and to bring on her panel guests. So Debbie, I'm going to let you host. We'll take turns with our mic. I'll unmute myself when I'm ready to say something, and then I will let you introduce each of your wonderful guests. And we're so thankful for each one of them being here with us today.
Thank you so much. So Karen, you're bringing them up. I just am so honored to work alongside of these women and have been in their lives for quite some time. Some of them are students, some of them are co-creators, some are people I've looked up to, but it's such an honor. And that's setting the tone of the type of people that I get to hang around with. That's really what I'm doing here, is showing you a variety of the style of women and the quality of leaders that I get the privilege of being with. So if you don't mind, I'm just going to kick off with introducing Karen. Is that all right? Okay. So I'm going to start with Brandy Mungia. I actually said it right. I introduced her another time in my life and I messed it up. And like she said, you'll never make that mistake again. But Brandy is somebody that I have kind of joined this whole leadership path, everything that I do. And I got to look at her and watch her up level, and I got to follow her, and I got to dream a little bit. But we've had some extraordinary experiences together, and it's somebody, when I think leadership, I think Brandy. So Brandy, why don't you come on up and introduce yourself as well?
Oh my goodness. Well, first of all, thank you so much, Debbie. It is always, always, always an honor to get to share this incredible space with all these amazing women. And I think it's so, when we were talking about everyone here talking about synergy and how things really come together, it was magnetic when I met Debbie. And I had a wonderful career getting to be an executive director for Tony Robbins and Dean Graziosi, and I ran masterminds for several years. And that's how I got aligned with Debbie. She's absolutely incredible. And what has been so transformational for me today is hearing the diversity of the background, not just the backgrounds of each woman here, but I hope everyone heard the beauty in perseverance. And everyone here has the story of resilience and perseverance. And so it is just an honor to get to share this space with all of you. And so thank you so much for having me here.
Absolutely my honor and privilege. I apologize, everybody, if we're still having feedback. I'm going to continue on unless it gets too bad, Karen, and then just boot me out. I'm going to introduce Lonnie next. Now, Lonnie comes from us from Hawaii, which is always one of those places that we all dream of going. But the other thing that I've fallen in love with Lonnie is, number one, she's a caregiver in its truest form. That form of as a mother, as a wife, as a sister, as a friend. And she lives it and breathes it. She really has been one of these people that have shared her wisdom for years. This isn't her first stage. This isn't her first access to leadership. And I can't wait to have Lonnie just share a little bit about herself as well.
Thank you so much, Debbie. And I'm so grateful that you texted me to join you for this panel. Yes, I'm here in Hawaii, way out in the middle of the Pacific. And so having these kind of connections is really important to me because I feel sometimes disconnected on this little island. So especially with women. I've had a lifelong journey of caregiving. I'm the oldest of my siblings. And so several years ago, actually, when I retired from my full-time job, the idea or the seed of writing a book had finally come to a time where it needed to be developed. And so my first book was about my caregiving journey as a sibling, as a mother, as a wife, now a grandmother. I think one of the speakers before said she's got 2 more coming this year. I have 1 more, number 7, coming in July, grandchildren. And but really finding my space after retirement from doing somebody else's job, or, you know, filling somebody else's mission, was what was my mission and purpose. And that was really to help caregivers realize that in the midst of that chaos, you must find self-care in order to survive. And the lessons that I learned from that are what I have written about in my first book and now my second book, and am continuing to share with the world. So that's
we love it. Thank you for doing that. We'll bring you back up. Okay, now I have the privilege of introducing Shannon. Now, Shannon is somebody I've known in a community for a long time, but you know how you think you know somebody, but you really don't until you get to sleep with them? Well, guess what? Me and Shannon got to sleep together in Paris last year. So if that isn't an introduction, no, this is the life that we lead. We get to go on retreats and we get to really know each other, and we often share accommodations. And me and Shannon got to know each other in such a beautiful way. And then she's joined our Leadership Momentum Accelerator program. You're seeing her everywhere because she is truly accelerating and building that momentum. Shannon, why don't you come and introduce yourself to us?
Thank you so much, Debbie. And I'm so grateful to be here. Thank you, Karen, for putting this together. I'm so honored and privileged to have the opportunity to be in this room with all of you and in the whole event. So thank you for that, first of all. And I just really want to say that it's interesting how in life we have these preconceived ideas that we are not almost born into. I know with a Mexican father and a Spanish family, it was very, very important what your status was, what your job was. And I always identified myself and was very proud of my accomplishments as a sales and marketing director and traveling all over South America on my own and all these things that were really exciting. And I felt very successful on the outside, but actually deep down, and I get chills as I say this, I was really disconnected from myself, and I didn't even really know it. I just felt this emptiness that I couldn't quite fill with all the exciting things I was doing. I just couldn't fill it. And so at least I think it was about 6-7 years ago now, I really went on this journey to fill that emptiness, basically. And I rediscovered who I was, and it's a kind of a little bit of a funny story, but basically I was asked by my coach at the time when I was trying to figure things out, well, what would a date with you look like? And what do you actually love? And I just cried because it sounded horrible to actually just go on a date with myself. Even though I was successful on the outside, the idea of my own company was not so appealing. So I went on this journey and I figured out what I love, and I really reconnected with myself. And it's a journey that I am on every single day. And I've learned the art of dating myself, and it's part of my passion to share that with others, because even though I thought after many, many failed relationships that I would never, ever, ever think about having a partner, much less getting married, eventually, because I was so full on the inside and so joyful and so open and so complete, I just opened the door a tiny bit, and here I am almost 3 years later and super happily married and living my absolute best life. And that's what I truly want for all people, not just women, but all men and women, to experience this level of joy in my 50s that I never thought was possible. And it's really the journey inward, reconnecting with yourself, reconnecting with your heart, with your passions, with what you love, and really not only just paying attention to everything that's going on outside of you, and like most of us, taking care of everything else, and what we're conditioned to believe, that if we're successful, if we take care of everyone else and take care of everything else and have the accomplishments. But if I could believe that the greatest love for all of us lives within each one of us. And if we can really deeply connect with that, we can connect much more deeply with other people. Our relationships expand, our accomplishments and our joy in whatever we're doing for our life also exponentially expands. And that's just a little bit of an introduction about my deep passion for people and connection, and bringing the reconnection to ourselves, to our heart.
Oh my goodness. We're going to be back. You dropped the mic several times, and we will be back to talk about that a little bit more. The last panelist, and definitely not the least, is Dr. Stacey Moore. And now Dr. Stacey is somebody that I have met online, didn't know her before. Nobody introduced me to her. There wasn't even a warm reference or a handshake, but I instantly knew that she was a soul sister. Not only did I know that, but this is built over time, and I get chills as I say that, because the deeper we go with meeting somebody where they are, and then really hearing their fears, their objections, their desires, and then being there, standing shoulder to shoulder with them, you really become part of a mission together. And that is what I would love to just introduce her on, and she is definitely somebody on a mission. And boy, does she have some skills. So let's bring her to the stage, and we'll have you introduce yourself.
Hey, I am Dr. Stacey Moore, aka the Operator. So right now, I'd like to say that the strongest thing for me is I have a framework that is sacred systems and strategic results. So I'm going to be your more tech-sided person, but with the I call it rounded corners because of the sacred alignment. So that framework is about having women go back to themselves, to find themselves before they move to the next thing. Because I find in small business or as a solopreneur, you go off and you start doing everything that everybody else says, and you find yourself lost. We already find ourselves lost, but then in the business world on top of it, which is another layer. And so from that framework, I've then created and founded Royal Table Queens. And that is a community and ecosystem that is focused on Gen X women and those that serve them, and allow them to come in and meet them where they are, so that they have an opportunity to increase their visibility, to create more credibility, which we know we need right now in this trust recession. And then also those people that are already there, how do they create more impact with scaling out, and then going beyond and allowing the ripple effects to overlap themselves so that they can leave a larger legacy. And I'm going to go ahead and cut it off so we can get to the questions for everybody. And I'm just going to say operator out on that moment.
Yes, thank you so much. So you can fully understand that I am surrounded with women leaders. That you can feel, that you have evidence. We have heard their passion, we have heard their missions, and I'd love to have them on the stage for hours, but we have about 10 minutes to share. So I'm going to ask each and every one of you a separate question to try to pull something out that's really important. And I'm going to start with you, Brandy. What is that thing that you know every woman needs as foundational to step into her leadership?
Ooh, this is such a good question, Debbie. And thank you for asking it, because leadership isn't just executing goals and pointing people in directions. I think there's something powerful about mastering the art of duality as a leader. I think a lot of us here can speak volume to this, but especially because we're speaking volume to women leadership, is that we master the art of duality by leading in our businesses while also leading in our homes and leading ourselves. And it's this ability for us to lean into courageous action, being able to compartmentalize when we're experiencing difficulty, and then being able to truly lead by example in our own discernment in everything that we do. And leadership isn't just, cheerleading. Leadership is often facing the difficult things, making decisions that are difficult. And one of the biggest, most powerful things you can do in your life as leaders, if there's one thing I could leave you with, is that you can have a public presence and a very private life. And being able to lead in ways where you lead your teams, you lead your friends, your family, your peers, and you still have things for you that are uniquely yours, not only to process and cherish, but that you don't have to place everything for public view, and to really hold close to you, that you can have your privacy in all of this that you're building, right? And I think a lot of these women here have these incredible empires and these incredible pieces, and there's power in protecting what that means to you in your private life. And so one thing I love to share with everyone in Mastering Duality is that you can hold and foster presence and pressure at the same time. And I think there's a lot of power in our abilities to do that as leaders. So that's my a quick answer.
Thank you.
Great
Power.
question.
Now, that might have been a quick answer, but that was a powerful answer. And so if you guys are watching in the chat, please let the speakers know what resonated with you. Please pay attention to the words that are echoing in your ear, because that matters. I'm going to skip up the order a little bit, and I'm going back to Shannon. So Shannon, the question that I had for you is, what have you had to decide in order to get out of your own way and actually be visible?
Oh, that's such a powerful question. I really wanted to get the message out there, but I was really afraid to do it alone, to be honest. I love connection. I love people. And I really wanted to get the message out there, and I could do it in a professional way. But when it was coming from my heart, and having had a wall up for many years, I had to really step up and ask for help, actually, to get out of my own way. And of course, Debbie, I can't think of anyone more powerful and amazing to work with than you. So I'm super grateful for that, because really having an amazing team around you helps to lift you up when you're feeling that you're not sure what the next step is or how to get the message out there. And just collaborating and connecting and working with an amazing group of people is the way that I've decided, made the decision to get out of my own way and really hold hands with you and with the Shine Circle and with all the women involved, to be able to shine together. And that's the most important thing with your Leadership Momentum Accelerator opportunity, is where it's really allowed me to come into my full light. And I'm grateful for that.
Yeah, we're so grateful for you, Shannon. And because honestly, I never want anybody to be the best kept secret. Brandy knows that we sat in Zoom rooms of hundreds of thousands of people telling us about their mission and their message, but they didn't want to share it. They were scared to share it. And what true leadership is to me is deciding that your message matters and that you are going to step forward and do that. So my question to Dr. Stacy, because she has definitely been on stages, she's definitely connected with a lot of the most amazing people, is what does it take to stand in your power and someone else's stage at the same time? How do you master that duality?
Ooh, it's by creating the relationship in advance. That's totally what I'm going to say, the relationship. So just as how I got here. And so now I get to go back and give the thank yous for this. You know, this is the Los Angeles Tribune. And then we're talking about Global Women's Journal, which then is connected to Debbie Prediger, which means that I had to be in her ecosystem in order for her to see me, part of my visibility for me to have that credibility and for her to know that I wanted more. So it's easy to stand in a place that already has those things when somebody is connecting you to it. It is a warm transfer. And so the more times that you become visible, so when you do speak out, when you do use whatever method it is, it may be written, it may be contributing to articles, it may be through audio, it may be a audio podcast versus a video. Whatever it is, you've got to use your words and to speak out. And so I'd like to say that I'm the voice for those that don't have one until they have the wisdom to know that they do. And it's for some of the reasons, as Shannon was saying, that it's there. It's there in so many women. We're just afraid to say it because that's how we've been trained. That's how we've been pressured. That's how we've been pushed back. But not this year. We're going to do everything we can. And with Debbie and the Shine Circle, the LA Tribune, we're going to do all that we can do, like right now, and make a global impact with every single voice, including those in the comments.
Oh my goodness, another mic drop. Thank you so much. So Lonnie, my question for you, because you've been doing this for quite some time. You've built a brand, you have hosted retreats, you do workshops for other organizations, and yet somehow maybe a tiny piece of a message or a collaboration or a strategy was missing. So what do you feel now today was the missing link? And or what would you love to tell the women here that they can do it too?
Wow. I'm just checking to make sure my mic is on. Okay. I think for me, yes, because I had been doing a lot of this, trying to build a brand, being on podcasts, the missing link for me was really feeling or finding a community where I felt safe and supported. So that I could expand on that message and that work. That even writing my books, it's getting that word out. That's a lot of work to get your book seen and heard. And so it was really just, how do I do that? Where do I do that? And finding the Be Extraordinary Women's Network and the Shine Circle just really put me in a place, in a community that put me in that position where I could be seen and heard, and be able to really deliver the message that I feel the universe, the world has put me here to share.
That was the mic drop. The world that the universe has had me here to share. If you don't mind, Karen, I would love for you to come back on camera because I have a question for you, and I'm just so grateful for all of the speakers. But my question for you, Karen, is you help people be more visible. You produce these events, you build relationships, you help build stages for yourself, but also for others and in collaboration. What is the thing that you feel is the most important piece of that job that you have said yes to?
Well, thank you for asking. And the most important piece of that is really finding the match for that person. If they feel ready to publish their story, then let's do that. And oftentimes the match is the desire. Where is that seed of desire in them? If they are feeling called to speak on the stage, then we start with that. Many times a person may be in the position that I used to be in, where I was scared to death to share my message. So if they didn't have podcasts back then, but if they would have, I would have probably felt a little safer starting with the podcast or starting with a small group. So you start with where you are, and as a facilitator of that, and I know you understand this, Debbie, I find out where they are. What is it that their heart desires? What is the next natural step for them to take? And then I help to find a way for them, find a stage for them, find a panel where they can come in and start for, a few minutes, find a larger stage, a longer panel to publish an article first, and then maybe a book later. So yes, I think that that's the most important part for me, is to be aware and to draw out, because many times a person will say, oh, no, I don't want to write a book. But I think 99% of us have a book in there. But only 6% of us actually write it, and 1% of us actually publish it after we write it. And so it's the same with stages. All of us have something that we'd love to talk about. If we find someone who loves to listen, I mean, if you're talking to someone and they're like this and they want to hear it, don't you just have something to say, usually? But that's the difference, is being in a safe environment where I can help them to share what those desires are and pour out. And then we can say, let's find the match for you. And let me help empower you to overcome any fears and limiting beliefs so that you can get in that area, that position, that stage, so that you can share that message. So thank you for asking that question, Debbie. I'm going to let you wrap this up.
I appreciate the answer, and I know we're going to commercial right now, so I will wrap it up quickly. Thank you to the Los Angeles Tribune for inviting me to host this. Thank you for the faith in me, Karen, to do it, and to find these beautiful speakers that said yes at the last minute. Honestly, they didn't even know what they were saying yes to. They just said yes to themselves. And that's the type of people I want to work with every day, all day long. And so those of you that have been in the comments, we appreciate you. We're going to come back and we're going to connect with you, and keep leading. Just do it. Show up for yourself, show up for others, show up for those that you've been called to serve, and continue on. Thank you, everybody.
Ever heard the spotlight isn't for everyone? They're wrong. Let us show you why. Command the Room Boot Camp. Get the assist, take the hot seat, and use this QR code for special summit pricing. Debbie! That was an incredible camp. Oh my gosh, you guys were wonderful.
Thank you so much, Barbie. I'm assuming you're hosting next, so kick us out of the green room.
Well, I would never kick you out of anywhere.
I love you. Bye-bye.
Bye. I love Debbie. She is a community builder, and this panel she put together, I love that she admitted that the panel came together like that. And I love the fact that everybody said yes and stepped up with such empowering stories and such wonderful intentions. Today has been an incredible, incredible day. Karen, you have put together a powerhouse of women from the moment it started until right now. Everything has just been incredible. We have heard stories of leadership, triumph, heart, everything you can ever want to hear. We have heard it all today. And there's still a whole nother day tomorrow. I know that I have Nicole coming up, and she has a guest as well. But I guess since she's not here yet, let's talk a little bit more about some of the women we've listened to today. Becky Robbins, well, you could see her. She's up in the corner over here. I don't know my right from my left. Becky Robbins was on the cover of the leadership edition of the Global Women's Journal. And today she was talking about some really powerful things of being in the hospital and all these emotional things that happen when things happen in a split second that you're not anticipating. She was also talking about how resilience is so important with women. And if you think about all the incredible women that we've heard from today, what's the one commonality? Resilience. From Jackie and her panel to Debbie and her panel, every single speaker has talked about the power of resilience and the power of spark and being the magic in the room. But we're women. And so having a forum where we can talk about the fact that we multitask the way men change socks. We don't have a choice, do we? Ladies, as a business owner, you have to juggle family. You have to juggle often caregiving. You have to juggle pretty much everything, because if you're a mom, if you're a speaker, if you're a business owner, the buck stops with you. Every moment of every day, the buck stops with you. And so we don't have time for problems. We don't have time to prioritize half the time. We need to, but think about it. All the speakers today have talked about times of triumph over adversity. But what they're really talking about is resilience as women, that we literally have to shine in the darkest of spaces. I couldn't be more proud than to be speaking on this forum with all these incredible, incredible leaders. So, what can we learn and what can we continue to do? Well, as leaders, we need to focus on all the wonderful gifts they've talked about today. Regulating your nervous system. And for me, I really believe in breathing in what I call a triangle. So if you find yourself in a position, in fact, command the room. The commercial we just heard, we're sponsoring this event. That is Karen and I. We are putting on a boot camp where we are working with speakers. So please, when you see that commercial, take your camera and shoot that if you want to learn more, because this event is giving you a huge discount. You can join this full day boot camp. It was a huge discount. But we're going to work with what we've all talked about today, techniques. So one of the techniques that if you're a speaker or you're about to do something that is giving you anxiety, this is a really great technique. I learned this because firemen use breathing when they get under anxiety, which, as you know, firemen have a huge amount of stress and pressure. So what I do is when I work with speakers or I work with leaders who are about to be in a pressure situation, I want you to think about breathing in a triangle. Okay? So think of an inverted pyramid. So we're going to start at the bottom. Okay? And you're going to take 10 deep breaths in as you ascend the triangle. Go across by holding for 10 and then breathe out for 10 beats. And when you do, I know it sounds ridiculous, but make a loud noise. Ooh, What that does is it releases the vagus nerve. So that allows you to regulate your nervous system. That allows your system to calm down and center you. Oh, I love this. Thank you. Yes, I love all the comments coming in. You all know box breathing, yes, is used by Marines. Thank you, Jackie. And I always do it in an upside down pyramid. I don't know why. I think because I really like that connection of being at one point and moving up, across, and back to that same point, that same triangle. But it's super important to regulate your nervous system and to make those noises to release your vagus nerve. Something else that I think really helps. So I'm just gonna fill you up while we're waiting for Nicole. I'm just gonna fill you up with a whole bunch of aha moments that I hope help you as leaders and speakers take that stage with passion and without fear. Something that, well, first of all, I don't know if you're aware of this, but I believe it was the National Mental Health Institute that said that 75% of all people are more afraid of speaking than death. Which I thought was hysterical. That's a great factoid. But what it means is that most people are afraid of that spotlight coming on them. And why is it? Why do we fear that? Well, we fear it because we think people are going to judge us. We feel we're not ready to take that space. We feel that maybe we don't have something important to say. Hi, Nicole. And it's so important for people to realize that fear, it's normal, it's natural. But real quick, Nicole, I just want to finish. Rephrase your mind. The way to get over that is recognize that fear is the same emotion as excitement. So if you take nothing else, Rephrase that fear into excitement. That's the key. Because if you stand in line for 45 minutes to get on a roller coaster, and then you got them get in and put on your seatbelt, you're sitting in that seatbelt thinking, what the hell was I thinking? Get me off of this thing. I just watched 100 people scream as they dropped 1,000 feet screaming. That's taking a stage. That's holding a mic. That's having a moment in front of a group. But you know what? You waited for 45 minutes because it's exciting. Take that for the rest of your life. Reframe your fear into excitement and just tell yourself, I've waited my whole life to have this mic in my hand. I've waited this whole life for this position in my job where I tell the boardroom what's going on. Take the mic, take the stand, and tell yourself, this is your space. This is your moment. Hi, Nicole. Come on in. Start.
Hi, Barbie. Oh my gosh, that was so fantastic. I was thinking about the roller coaster. You were getting me right on there. I used to be very scared of them. But what you were saying is so true, that fear into excitement, right? Because it changes the way you feel almost instantly just by those words and those thoughts. And I love that. I love that. So thanks, Barbie. So good. So good. Well, yes, thank you. I am so glad to be here. And, together, you and I'm really excited because our next guest we're going to have on is somebody that's very special to me. And I'm really honored to be here with you, Barbie. Barbie and I met a few years ago when we joined the Global Women's Journal, and it has been such a blessing. And as you can see, Barbie continues to make you smile and laugh and think of things in new ways. And I'm so grateful for that. So I would love to bring up our guest that we are going to have now, which is Lori Phillips, if we can get her up. Yay, there she is, Lori. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. So I have the pleasure of introducing our next guest, whom I met, oh my gosh, I think it's almost a year and a half ago. And this beautiful person here, Lori Phillips, is the founder of the Be Awesome Network, which is a community, a global community of over 24,000 people, which has been curated in less than 2 years by this incredible woman right here. And, Lori, I can tell you this, she's one of the most heartfelt people I've ever met. She is one of those people that can't wait to help people amplify their voices, make sure that they're getting their messages out, stepping into their highest level in their life that they can. And she has so many other beautiful things, gifts that she does for people. But I want to bring her on today because I think so many people need to know about this woman who truly is awesome, just like her network. And so, Lori, I would love for you to introduce yourself to everyone. Just share a little bit about yourself so that they can know. I know I shared a little bit, but I'd love you to share some more, please.
Thank you so much, Nicole. It's nice to meet you, Barbie, and everyone here. Thanks for watching and being a part. I love this platform. It's actually new to me. I've done StreamYard before, but this is so cool. So I'm clicking around, making comments, trying to share it in my audience last minute. We'll have to do that next time. But I'm Lori. I am, like Nicole said, the founder of the Be Awesome Network. And Barbie, I love what you shared about fear to excitement. I went through a major crash, and Nicole knows this. We kind of bonded over our life experiences, and that's really why I started the Be Awesome Network, is because I went through this horrible experience and came out the other side feeling awesome. And I was like, well, if I can feel this way, I know other people are out there, and I would love to create a community where we could share our life experiences. And like she said, I bring people on and highlight them, and it's super fun. I think the more we focus on ourselves and our own fears, the more enclosed we feel. That when we start to step out and do things that scare us, like going live in front of people and bringing other people on and making mistakes and doing all of that, I think that when we can step out of that fear and actually chase our dreams is when things like this start happening. Like Nicole invited me to this last minute, and I was like, sure.
And I'm so glad you did. I'm so glad you did. And I think what you just said is so important. We learn through our actions that we take, and those ones where we're going to speak and we're going to share our words in front of people, our voice in front of people, can be so intimidating. But what happens almost instantly is that feeling of, I did it. I did it. And you get to know yourself at a much different level. And Laura, you have been doing that with so many people. Can you tell us, and I'm going to have Barbie ask you a question right after this, but I want to ask you, how many interviews have you done over the last 2 years? Because I know you have done many and have helped so many people bring their voice to life. So if you could let us know that, I would love to hear that.
Okay, well, last count was around 361. And this is something that I had no experience in. So I just want to encourage anyone out there who might be thinking, I want to do this kind of thing, that it's possible. So I just jumped in and started. My first interview was my mom. Don't we all start with those who we're comfortable with? And so she came on. She's an entrepreneur. She's amazing. She's almost 80 years old. She's still diving into tech to this day. And so she's a great example for me. So I thought, well, who else to bring on and highlight than my awesome mom? And so then it just kind of rolled out from there, and I just offered free interviews to anyone who really wanted to talk about themselves and get their message out there, and hopefully to get more clients, to get more exposure, to make connections with other people who've gone through life experiences. And what I learned probably the most in that first year is that there are so many amazing people out there, and starting an Be Awesome network and calling it awesome and inviting people in to share their awesomeness starts this, kind of ripple effect that, we're all awesome. And that's my message. And that's my heart, is that I really do want people to know that they're awesome. I modeled myself after Mel Robbins, and, I thought, well, dream big, right? And so I like to tell people every time I'm on camera that, and I just look straight in the camera, I just say, you are awesome. And you truly are. And when you start to believe that in your heart, it starts to resonate in your body and float up to your mind, because your mind has a hard time catching up sometimes. And then you start to show up differently. And so if you ever want to, if you haven't heard it yet, hear it from me. You're awesome, and we can be awesome together. So that's kind of the heartbeat of what I do, and I love it.
Wow. I love that. Well, okay, so I have so many questions, but I think, first of all, I just want to say I love how you turned pain to purpose. I think as women, we need voices doing that every day because of what we go through. And I love that. So I have to ask you, of all those interviews and all the people, is there one that you have that stood out, over others, that made a difference in your life, or really, really caused a change, or something that changed you?
Wow, that is a lot to process. Out of 300. No, there are people like Nicole and Debbie and founders of my network. Actually, the first 100, that was a really special period of time where I was kind of still getting my bearings, and I was fumbling through things and forgetting things. And I think, Nicole, when we were interviewing, my interview was, or I'm sorry, my internet was super spotty, so I kept freezing, and Nicole just kept talking.
Yeah, I 100% remember that, because you kept saying, just hold on, just hold on. But I love that. Keep going. It was so good.
Yeah. And it just was, this experience of meeting new people. I think rather than pick one person, I'll pick kind of a theme that I learned throughout that whole year. And before I started the Be Awesome Network, I had a very limited viewpoint of people around the world. Always lived in the same state my whole life, didn't really understand other cultures, or have had the experience to go find other cultures and experience them. And after about 100, well, probably before that, but just being so global and meeting these people who have amazing qualities and hearts, and they just grew up differently and they believe differently. But the heartbeat of it all is that we are here to make a difference, and I want to make a difference. And here's how what I learned, and here's what I know, and here's how maybe it can help you. And whether that was something that I was familiar or not with, like all these different modalities, I had no idea. And Nicole has a lot of modalities too. And so it was like, okay, all these healing modalities, and out of everyone, I just think that concept was just sinking in more and more as I kind of went through. And so I learned a lot. I learned a lot on how to have a global mindset. And I have a big heart. So now I was just like, okay, now I need to expand my thinking, right? So I think that's probably what I would choose.
I think that is so beautiful. What a great question, Barbie, because you, by putting yourself out there and by taking this action, your life expanded so much. How, like, the connection helped you think differently, see things differently. And isn't that a beautiful way for us to grow and expand in life? I think what a gift that was for you, but also such a gift for them, because they also got to share all of their gifts and their modalities, and together you have grown. And so thank you for sharing that. That was truly, truly beautiful. I wanted to ask you, if there was a woman out there right now and she has had a dream on her heart, or she does have something that she knows that would really help somebody out there, what have you seen has been the best way to get them out of that place of hesitation into actually saying yes to being interviewed by you, or by, just putting themselves out there? What would you say is something that they can use to do that?
That's a great question. And I love that we're talking about fear already as a theme, and resiliency, and the fear of speaking in front of people is big, right? Like Barbie said, it's huge. It's bigger than death in some cases. So I would just say that, whatever it is that is the dream in your heart, it doesn't have to be speaking in front of people. It could be writing a book, or it could be, taking that next step in your business, putting yourself out there in a different way. It could be, wanting to be a part of a group of moms that are in your community, and you just feel like you're on the fringe, but maybe if you just said something, maybe they would start noticing you, like things like that we overanalyze in our own heads. I feel like, for me, my experience was, you can think it to death, but the most important thing to do is take that first step, whatever it is. Because once you take that first step, you start to kind of shift your mind. Like, you go from that fear to the excitement, you go from anxiety to excitement. And it is true, because I went through a neurological crash. So I learned a lot about, your nervous system and all of that, box breathing, all the things you guys have been talking about. It is true that, the anxiety, which I struggled with and had horrible anxiety attacks that were all over my body for 20 minutes at a time, that anxiety is the same experience as excitement. So if you think about, oh gosh, I'm anxious, or I'm excited, like I'm going to a football game, and this is gonna be so exciting, right? Just like reframe that anxiety into excitement. Think of the positive thing that's going to happen as a result of that action step, and that will help you kind of move that along into, all of a sudden you're taking that one step, and then that kind of fuels your fire, and then you take the next step and the next step, and then you look back 2 years later and you've done 360 interviews. How did that happen, right?
Barbie, would you like to ask the next question to Lori?
Sure. You have had an incredible explosion of business, so much success so very quickly. And if you look at, we have a lot of leaders out there that are watching today. If you had something that you could share with them that might help them, maybe depending on where they are in their journey, to how they can expand, or a lesson you learned, something that would give them maybe a takeaway from today, what would that be?
Okay, I need to ask you to kind of rephrase that question.
I guess what I'm looking for is, because there's so many leaders, it's a leadership summit, so there's a lot of leaders watching us today. Have you learned something along the way while you built this that might be really helpful to somebody who's either starting or in the process of building their business?
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And that's another thing. If you ever are not understanding, just ask a question. I guess I would say, gosh, leadership is so individual, and we are all leaders, right? So envisioning yourself as a leader, because everyone has influence, everyone has a sphere of influence, whether that's a smaller group in your community or a large stage that you're talking to. Like, I was just talking to my friend the other day about some of the things that Nicole and Debbie and I have done collaboratively, and just feeling like, you're in front of this audience, right? And sometimes it's harder to speak and lead a small group, harder to lead a small group than it is the masses, right? Because you don't know the masses, but you know these people that are in your small group. So the nice thing, I guess, about leadership, and what I would say to someone who is wanting to kind of up their game in leadership is, we talked about this just recently, finding a mentor and kind of hooking your wagon to that mentor. And I would say, shoot big. Like for me, if I really was wanting to be Mel Robbins, I would message Mel Robbins. I wouldn't be afraid, because, am I ready for that? I'm not ready for that yet. I know that. But, find that person that you aspire to be like, not to copy, but to be like, and just reach out, because the worst thing they can do is say no. And then, if there is a response, maybe someone on their team has, someone else in mind. But yeah, I would say find that person who you aspire to be, who you really, because everyone has that in their minds and in their hearts. Like, I really love this person. Maybe it's Oprah, maybe it's who knows, right? And just model yourself after that person, learn from that person, even if it's from afar, and then you will pick up those tools. It's so interesting to me that I picked up some of the tools I had no clue about, just by observing and being in that room, right?
Well, I love that. And you know what I love is that you're not only saying it, you've done it. Because just in the few span of me meeting you here, you've said, I didn't know what I was doing, but I jumped in. I didn't know, but I said yes. And that's the key, I think, to success, is jumping in and giving it your all, and knowing in the back of your head, if I can't do this perfectly now, I will master it. But if I say no, or I don't do it, I will never have opportunities. So I love the fact that you're walking the life you're talking about.
Yeah, I agree so deeply. And I've been able to witness this of Lori and Barbie Ray. You just nailed it 100%, right? I don't know, but I'm going to try. And the thing about the trying part is that you gain so much more self-esteem from that trying than anything else, right? Because you can say you did. You can say you put it out there instead of not. And so I have seen that in Lori consistently. The last thing I want to ask you, Lori, and I don't have time, if you have time for one more little question, but I wanted to ask you, how have you been able to stay so consistent for so long in doing this? Because it's taken a lot of effort. It's taken a lot of your time. If you could give us one little thing about that consistency, what has been driving you to stay consistent in this business?
Oh gosh, that's such a good question, and I do have to run. I have like 1 minute, but to answer that in a short way is just knowing your why and holding on to that why, Because if you lose sight of your why and you get stuck in the daily grind or the success that you're having or the lack of success, the numbers, you know what I mean? If you start to focus on those details and you're forgetting your why, the big picture, why are you here? What are you wanting to share? What are you really wanting to get across? And who are you wanting to reach? Then you lose sight of that and you've kind of lost your bearings. And so for me, the consistency has been going back to that my reason why. And if you stay in that flow, I guess you could call it, people come your way and things come your way and things just seem easy. But if you're fighting tooth and nail, then there's probably something off. And just knowing yourself, loving yourself, and knowing your why. I think that's probably what I would say.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Lori, for being here and being so awesome. I hope you have a beautiful day. And we learned so much today from you. So thank you so much. Well,
Wow,
Barbie.
what incredible. Yeah, what a great guest.
What a great way to be ending today. I think it's such a beautiful conversation. And Barbie, what I want to ask you, because today's been incredible. Like, I think today, every time I'm part of these summits, I always walk away with so much more knowledge, first of all, so much more hope, possibility, excitement, so many things. What would you say today has been some of your greatest takeaways? I think you said some of them already, but what have been some of your greatest takeaways today?
I think for me, I really just love the stories of resilience and listening to other people and all that they've been through and their triumphs and how they pursued their goals or how they got past their pain points. And then just the fact that so many, in fact, to the woman, everybody here today has been an empowering person whose life has been focused on moving forward and helping others around them. And I don't know how many times we get the opportunity to watch the stories and learn from leaders that have made a difference in everyone's life that they touch and how it goes so far. And even they were talking before about the spiral effect and how the words that someone says today, you never know the ripple effect of how that's going to be with somebody listening in the audience.
Yes.
And I have just story after story today. I've just been so impressed with the women that have taken the stage and how they have made a difference in the ripple effect in the people that they know have come back to them and the people they'll never know. They've made a difference with their lives.
Yeah, isn't that beautiful? I think that's so true. Every word spoken here today, every story told here today, you really don't realize how far that could go. And, I think about that all the time is that I often from these days go and tell somebody about the story I heard. And then that they're going to tell somebody and they're going to tell somebody. And those stories actually help us figure out life. They help us move through life. And I think what you said was so important too, is that many of us, or at least I have always been, when I watch these incredible women succeed in life and do these amazing things, I have always been in awe of them, but also wanting to know how they did it. How did they think? What did they do? The stories that got them there, all of that. So I agree with you so deeply that stories are so important because they share our commonality. They share so many things with us. And I think the other word I had for us today too was connection. I feel today that connection was evident all the way through from every single woman who talked. I remember Karen, and I'm sorry I don't have her last name right now at the top of my head, but she was talking about, I believe that we're all soul sisters on this, and she could just feel the energy because so many like-minded people today wanting to be more, to give more, to live more, all of those things. And we all came together from that place. And I think, these are the communities, if you're out there watching this right now and you want more of this, find those communities, be part of those communities because it changes your life. It really, truly does.
It absolutely does. It's Karen M, and I'm trying to remember how to say her name because I don't want to say it poorly, but it's Karen M from today.
Yes, from the panel, she was amazing, and I loved it.
Her passion was, and the improv and just the stories. She was so much fun to watch today. Just another amazing moment. I love it.
Yeah,
I love it.
Yeah, it was an absolutely beautiful day. And I think the other thing that I love here is that there were so many courageous women in the room. And one thing that seems to come across every single person, just like Lori was saying, is that yes, you can think about the change you want to make a lot, and you can get in your head and sit there a lot. But taking those baby steps, one step at a time, you start to become that person. You start to do what you need to do in this world. And we need you. We need your gifts. We need your light. We need your compassion in your heart. And you can see that all these women, I'm sure at certain times in their life, had a lot of fear, but they took that one step and then the next step. And now look at what they've been able to create.
It's such a blessing to hear those stories, because, sometimes we feel alone. Sometimes, we're swimming in bills. We're swimming in problems. We're swimming in caregiving. We're swimming in all these tasks and all these things that we're expected to do. And to hear that there's so many other women out there living our moment, it just helps you're not alone. Women, we're just one giant community of people that can care for each other, reach out and help each other. And we're all voices that can elevate each other.
We are. And I want to really do a huge shout out to Karen today, because as you can see, she was on here for hours today. And one thing I always, when I look at Karen, and I'm sure people watching can really see, is that she's very invested in every single person that talks. She is very present. She is always there, and she's really there to reflect back people's greatness. And as you can see, she has such a huge passion for women's voices, for women's hearts, their gifts. And to watch her do her thing is always a massive example to me of beautiful leadership, of deep, compassionate leadership, empathetic leadership. And I am just truly, truly grateful to witness that. And I'm also so grateful to Mo Rock and the Los Angeles team for, having us come on this summit and being able to reach more women in this world and help women's voices really escalate and share their gifts and their messages.
I absolutely agree. One of the things that I really respect about Mo Rock was that he saw that there was predominantly many more male speakers than women getting the stage. And for him to go out of his way to make sure that there was a stage for us to speak on. And then Karen picking up that stage and running with it and saying, I got this. And this is only the second leadership, women's global germ. See, that's what we're talking about when you're speaking and you have those moments. It's okay. We're human. But this is only the second Global Women's Journal Leadership Summit. And last year we reached almost 10,000 live views. And I sure as heck hope we're going to blow past that this year. But the thing is that Karen has put together these amazing speakers because women need to hear women. And I know we've had men listeners out there today. And I want to say thank you to you as well, because you're elevating us by caring about what we have to say. So thank you, Mo Rock. And you know what? Thank you, Julianne, not only for being here today and being wonderful, but for putting on this year's Leadership Week with Karen coming up the first week in May, where another incredible lineup of speakers are going to join us. So we get to do this all over again tomorrow. That's the exciting part, is we're only halfway through and we still have dynamic speakers to share with you. I'm so excited. And Nicole, this has just been so much fun sharing the stage with you and recapping all the fun that we've had today.
Yeah, no, thank you, Barbie. It's been amazing. And yes, please stay tuned for tomorrow, because if you enjoyed today and you got something out of this today, please stay tuned and come in tomorrow. And please share it with people in your life that you love and care about, because what I do know is that this ripple effect we were just talking about, this really makes a difference for people, right? It really does.
Yes.
It makes a huge difference. So if you can share it to people that you love, please do. We would love that, because like Barbie Ray said, last year was close to 10,000 views, and we want to even blow past that this year, because what we know is that the more people that get these messages, the more the world changes. And so thank you very much for tuning in today.
Thank you. Have a wonderful evening, and we will see you tomorrow.
We will see you tomorrow.
Ever heard the spotlight isn't for everyone? They're wrong. Let us show you why. Command the Room Boot Camp. Get the assist, take the hot seat, and use this QR code for special summit pricing.